Hello and welcome to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and 2015 U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Here we go again, some of the best names in chess right here in the chess capital of the United States, here in St. Louis, Missouri. We're kicking things off on this beautiful spring day in the Central Weston neighborhood here at the Chess Club of St. Louis. We'll send it down to the studio with Jen, Maurice, and Yasser.
Welcome, guys, to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Pleasure, Jennifer.
We've got some really exciting tournaments in store this year. I couldn't be more excited. In fact, we've got two 12-player round robins this year.
The first time to field. The women's have 12 players. It goes to show the women's game is getting stronger in the United States.
That's right. Now let's take a look at the tournament format and how it all works. So we've got round-robin competitions. That means every player plays every player. Time control is our traditional 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then they get 30 minutes for the remainder of the game, plus 30-second increments for each move. So kind of hard to lose on time, though it does happen. So the pairings for the U.S. Chess Championship, which is open to either gender, that is going to be Grandmaster Ray Robson playing against another youngster, Kaden Trope. Alexander Onashuk versus the blindfold whiz, Timur Gurayev. Conrad Holt versus Hikaru Nakamura, and we're thrilled to see him in this competition, an elite player coming back to claim his own U.S. title. Will he be able to do it? Varuzhin Akobian versus Sam Sevian. Gata Kamsky, our reigning champ, versus one of the favorites in the field as well, Sam Shanklin. And then we have Wesley So. He's recently changed his federation to the U.S. He's going to be playing against Daniel Naroditsky. In the Women's Championship, again, 12 players this year and lots of youngsters. Alyssa Melekina playing against Apurva Verkud. We've got Tatev Abrahamian against Annie Wang. Jennifer Yu, World Youth Gold Medalist. She's playing against Anna Sharovich, who now lives in St. Louis. Katerina Nemkova versus Rusudan Boletiani. Welcome back, Rusa. Sabina Foiger versus our reigning champ, six-time U.S. Women's Champion, Grandmaster Crush. And Victoria Nee versus Nazi Tukidze.
And Arena Olympic teammates going up in round one.
That's right. We've had some exciting battles between those two before.
Yeah.
We also have with us Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to take us through some of the highlights. But first, Maurice, what do you think about these round one pairings?
Well, just incredible, Jen. We have a tournament that is epic in its nature. It's the strongest U.S. championship ever. It's also the youngest ever. You think about that for a second. We've had players like Bobby Fischer, Samuel Reshevsky. We've even had our own Yasser Seirawan win this thing 4 times, and none of them has ever gone up against a field this powerful. So it's an incredible tournament that we're talking about, epic for us to be able to sit back and watch. And the pairings, of course, are also going to be interesting. Already from round one, we have the champion from 2012, Hikaru Nakamura, on a tear this year, as a matter of fact, winning Gibraltar, winning just the big tournaments, and now playing against Conrad Holt, who will try to hold his own with the white pieces against this number 3 player in the world. Also, we have another scintillating matchup. New to the championship is Grandmaster Wesley So, and he, in his game, he's going to be playing against Naroditsky in his matchup. And Wesley So, new to this country, just switched federations from the Philippines. He has been on Nakamura's tail this year, and Nakamura can feel his breath coming behind him. Everybody's wondering, is he going to be the number 1 player? As a matter of fact, his rating on the live rating list was ahead of Nakamura's just for an instant this year. So that's going to be a delicious matchup to watch. On the women's side, it's all Irina Krush. I mean, she's the dominant player here. 6-time champion, the clear favorite. Can she win the Bobby Fischer Prize and go 11-0? Well, she's going to have to face her Olympic teammate, Sabina Foiger. So that's not going to be an easy matchup, but we'll see whether or not she can handle it. You see her there at the board getting prepared. This is indeed going to be an epic championship. We can feel it already. The electricity's in the air, and we're all excited, guys, to be a part of this one, making history at the U.S. Championship. Guys, back to you.
I think there's several thrilling things about the event. that I really, really like to talk about for a moment. It's not only the strongest U.S. championship ever by rating, but also it's the first time since the days of Sammy Reshevsky and Bobby Fischer that we have two players in the field who are in the world's top 10. Hikaru Nakamura, number 3, Wesley So, number 8. So 2 of the world's top 10 players are playing in our national event. And on top of that, more than half the field, or I should say simply half the field, are in the top 100 players of the world. So this national championship is simply awesome. And I'm thrilled to be here in this beautiful studio as well.
That's right. You might notice that we've got a little bit of a new look. It's not just Yasser's haircut.
Yeah, it's the colors. It's vibrant.
Well, yeah, and everybody at Spectrum Studios and Fat Chimp did such an amazing job to get this ready. In fact, there was a big story about the studio today.
Oh,
in the
in the newspaper.
Yeah,
we
that's
were
right. The
front
St.
page
Louis
news.
Dispatch, right?
Yeah.
So you can look that up online and find out more about how this all came together.
Right.
So one thing I'm really excited about today, defending champion got a Kamsky's game against Sam Shankland.
Without question. Now, recently, again, I wanted to also say that not only is this the strongest tournament on paper, but if you look at the players in the field, almost everybody's been gaining rating points for the last 12 months. Daniel Danya has actually been performing brilliantly in the last 12 months, and he's gained, roughly speaking, 100 rating points, and he may be underrated at his current rating. Look at Sam Sevian.
So if you do a graph of Daniel Naroditsky's rating progress and his height progress,
they're
line
matched.
Up.
Yeah, they're lined up. I mean, every time I see Danya, I look at my shoes to see if I'm standing in a hole because he keeps getting taller and taller.
Well, recently Iceland. I mean, he just played amazing in that tournament, right?
Another great result. And
Reykjavik Open.
Right. Take Sam Sevian, the youngest grandmaster in the world. I was watching him in January at the Tata Steel Chess Festival in Waikanazi. He starts awful. He's going to go through the worst period of his chess career. No, he turns it around, and at the end of the event, he was competing against everybody, and he won rating points. So across the field, 2 players I'm actually disappointed with is Ray Robson. Ray, an Olympic player, has not been performing well of late in the last 12-month period, with the exception of the Millionaire Open. Ray did superb in that event, getting to the finals.
Well, he did just come back to help Webster claim a consecutive
That's true.
win.
That was in the collegiate championship.
That's right. That was just held in New York last weekend.
Right, and a shout out to Webster University for once again winning the Pan American Championships. But Ray's rating has been stagnant. Timur Gariev. Timur is a player of extreme ability, and yet for the last few years, I don't think Timur will be very satisfied with his performances overall. So those players are the 2 players in the field that I feel have kind of fallen off the truck a bit. Everybody else is doing great.
We see some of these players like listening to the announcements now. We just had a close up on Trofe and Robson, and they're all looking a little bit upset at the news that the rounds are going to start at 8 a.m. instead of the scheduled 1 p.m. start.
I don't.
That's why they're so upset, right?
I don't think
Tony
so.
Rich playing.
I'll be upset. I'll throw in a protest there. We see Jeannie and Rex Sinfield in the just in the background is Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, makes pre-game announcements.
That's right. And chess players would way prefer for rounds to start at midnight than for them to start at 9 a.m., right?
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of us are night owls in the chess world.
Very exciting. And let's predict some of the openings. I always have fun getting stuff wrong in that department.
Boy.
What do you think? Wesley, normally a D4, but he can trot out an E4 as well. So what do you think? You think it's going to be an E4 or a D4 in this game against Naroditsky?
Probably a D4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
although there's some English. Wesley could play C4 and try to transpose into. But Danya's pretty happy with his King's Indian. So whether it's a D4, yeah, whether it be a D4, C4 opening, I think Danya is going to go for a King's Indian. If he doesn't go for a King's Indian, then it'll be a classical Queen Pawn.
Like a Ragozin, like I noticed
with Bishop B4. Yeah,
he won a nice game with Black and Iceland in the final round in that line.
Exactly.
So I don't know though. Wesley, he did play an E4 in one of his games in Tata.
And yes, and we do have the starting bell.
And
It's
here we
gone off.
go. So let's see what we get right here. Now, this is no surprise. Ray Robson playing e4. And we've seen so many thrilling games by Ray in past championships with the Sicilian, so that's nice to see. And what has Wesley played? Is that pawn on the d4 or the e4 square? It does look like d4.
It looks like d4, knight f6 as expected. By the way, the pieces look just absolutely gorgeous. I think that these are new pieces provided by the House of Staunton. It looks like in English, by the way, c4.
Oh, those knights, yes.
Yeah.
So you see that you can
They're
even
gorgeous.
even on this camera, you can see that definition. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now this looks like just a straight up Nimzo. Looks like we're getting a f3 Nimzo in the SO game.
Well, let me just bring that up on our screen. So it has been d4, knight f6, c4, and e6, knight c3. I agree. I think it's just a straight up Nimzo with bishop b4 and e2, e3, it looks like. Or is that f2, f3?
I thought I
think
saw
it-
an f3, but
Yeah,
we'll
there we
find out
go.
in a second. And yeah, this is a very sharp line,
Yes.
which can involve some really thrilling games. I mean, one of the most famous being the Carlsen Nakamura game, which
Oh,
wait, I mean Nakamura Carlsen.
yeah.
rather.
The one where Hikaru had like an advantage of plus 14 using the engine, the
Right.
chess engine, plus 14. But that was amazing. F2, F3, by the way, was adopted by Alexei Shirov very early. And he was really a trailblazer in this line. And then I saw in Bonn, in the World Championship match between Viswanathan Anand, Vishy, was white against Vladimir Kramnik. And a lot of those games were obviously crucial to the World Championship. D7, D5. And actually, Vishy opening preparation was great in that match, and he out-prepared and got advantages with white. So D5 is considered the main move. There are alternatives, of course.
Well, that will be in keeping with that Ragozin spirit, right?
Exactly.
To play for d5. So I think
Yeah.
Daniel, and you call him Danya, by the way. 'Cause
Yeah.
You're friendly.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I've worked with Danya probably for a couple of years. At the time, he was really aspiring for his Grandmaster title. And I said to him, stop thinking about the Grandmaster title. That's not important. Danya, you're already strong enough to be a Grandmaster. You're going to get the title. Start thinking about winning tournaments. That's what it's all about. There's a lot of Grandmasters in the world. You don't want to compete just to compete. You want to win events. And I said, make that your priority. Now that he's gotten his Grandmaster title, he stops worrying. His confidence is soaring. So now he's starting to think in the way I wanted him to think several years ago, which was start winning events.
Well,
That's
sometimes
what
it
it's all
takes a
about.
little time for advice to sink in, Yasser.
Well,
but
I
that
understand.
doesn't mean it doesn't work.
It
It just
does-
means delayed effect,
Yeah,
right?
delayed reaction. You bet.
So let's take a look at the Conrad Holt Nakamura game. Of course, we're going to be really anxious to see whether Nakamura can. Nakamura is just like such a thrilling player, so dynamic, and he's the type of guy who can string together a lot of victories, especially in a field where he's the favorite.
By the way, is that a Hawaiian shirt that Hikaru got? He always impresses us with his wardrobe, but it looks Hawaiian. I don't know, beachwear.
Well, there was just a big chess festival in Hawaii, though Naka didn't participate.
No. First of all, let me just say about.
So what do we have? We've got a King's Indian.
The setup for this match. First of all, it's the first time either player has played against the other. So this is their maiden game. And we know that Hikaru can play all kinds of opening systems. He chose today the King's Indian Defense, which promises a very exciting game. With this H2, H3. This variation has become very popular in the world's top players. Led by Levon Aronian, who's been making some very interesting discoveries in this line. E5, D5, this early knight H5 to go for the F4 square, as well as to play F7, F5.
Now this is right up Hikaru's alley, this type of aggressive chess, and playing it against Conrad Holt. Do you think that this is already a signal? I want to try to win this game with black? Or
Yes.
Yeah,
without question. I mean, the King's Indian is a risky defense, but without question that Hikaru's throwing it down and saying, I'm playing for an edge. Now
and
this
that's
move,
because Hikaru can play so many different things.
precisely.
Yeah.
Now this move, knight d2, that makes a very strange impression. It's a very strange first impression, and I always thought that bishop e3, let me just put that on the board just a moment. I always thought that bishop e3 was the main line in this variation. But knight d2, blocking the bishop, first of all, on c1. What white is trying to do is say, hey, listen, I'm ruling out the move f7, f5. You don't want to play the move f5, because normally speaking, when you capture, you'd like as black to recapture with the f on f5 with a pawn, but that's not on, as the knight on h5 would lack protection and what black would drop a piece. Now, if you don't go for this line, then there's another problem in the position. Hold on, let me get my mouse. Where's my mouse? Ooh, the mouse is on the other board, I beg your pardon. So the other problem in the position is if you make a, let's say, normal move, c7, c6, trying to, battle for control of central squares, then this move bishop e2 is more than just annoying, because it drives the knight backwards and puts the knight in front of the f-pawn, which is something that black would much rather like to avoid. I believe I see queen e8 on the board as Hikaru's choice, by the way. Let me just put that up on the board. Queen d8 to e8. So that is preparing the move f7, f5.
Right, defending that knight on h5. It looks
Right.
like kind of like a funny move, but it works out better here than usual with the knight on a6. Because if it wasn't for the knight being on a6, knight b5 would be a
annoying.
massive irritation. Yes.
Exactly, hitting that c7 pawn. But now the question that Hikaru is going to have to address is, how does he want to meet bishop e2? Is he going to be willing to allow this capture?
Very Fischer-esque, right?
Right, knight h5.
That's right.
The T-shirts over the World Chess Hall of Fame. Now, if Hikaru plays it safe, let's say, and goes back with knight f6, then, well, you've got to give white some edge here. He has a big center, and after move a2, a3, white will be preparing b2, b4.
I don't see Naka doing this. It looks like he just wasted time.
Exactly.
I think he'll instead go for allow this bishop takes h5 by playing f5 immediately.
Well, the problem, as mentioned,
You can just take it right away, but I wonder, so now...
And we've got this g3, g4 on any piece capture. You think he's going to go for a pawn sacrifice, perhaps, with knight f6?
I mean...
Takes, maybe queen takes?
Is that one pawn or two?
That's just one.
Yeah.
That's a single pawn. There might be good compensation here. I'm an old pawn grubber, as you know, Jen.
Well, you can't castle. That's the thing, right?
Exactly. Bishop takes h3 is in the position.
Is there a better way to give up a pawn? I really want to give up a pawn, but I want to find the best way to do it.
Well, you come aggressive to today, boy. You're throwing
I'm just
the
trying to
patties
channel.
early. Yeah.
Trying to channel Nakamura.
Okay, there you go.
So, but I don't think there's a better way, because the point is we kind of have to play f5, because otherwise you take not only do you take h5, but you also take the initiative, right?
Right.
Well, it looks like Nakamura did play knight to f6, and
He did go for the passive retreat? Okay.
We've actually got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on another Nakamura battle, which has some similarities to this one, perhaps.
Well, Nakamura has been on a tear this year, as I mentioned. He's even broken the 2,800 barrier, which is a really epic line to cross. And he did that in Gibraltar earlier this year by winning that, and then he went ahead and won Zurich on top of it. But I wanted to show you the kind of play that has gotten him in such good form recently that he's been starting to strut his stuff. This game he played in round 3 at Zurich against Sergei Karyakin, the youngest grandmaster of all time, all grown up now, but one of the top players in the world. And you see a position on the board that's a quiet English, maybe not too much action, slow pace. Not when these guys are playing. After queen to b6, threatening the knight on d4, knight d to b5, and now knight to e5, threatening this pawn on c4. First thing Nakamura does is says, I don't really care about pawns too much, but obviously you cannot take the pawn because knight c7 check would be fatal, winning a rook in the corner. So as opposed to that, Karyakin played the move knight fg4, threatening the pawn on f2. Fool's mate, scholar's mate, four-move mate. Goes by a lot of names. But for Nakamura, it's, I don't care about that threat. There's obviously not a mate threat exactly, but you'd think he'd do something about his pawn. Totally ignored it. Queen to a4, leaving this pawn to its own devices. Karyakin did not take it. Instead, he played the move G5 first, allowing bishop takes on E5, and now queen takes F2 check. King moves to D1. Knight takes E5. Already, black has gotten the white king running around the board. Black is already up a pawn. You would think white would go for knight C7 and get something back. That's what he did. King D8, knight takes, and now queen to D4 check, king C2, knight C4, and after E4, allowing this move knight to E3, look where white's king is in 16 moves. 16 moves, the king is on B3, the black king hasn't castled. A completely wild game. Nakamura went on to win this game. You guys want to look it up, against Karyakin, a really cool game from Zurich, but it's the kind of play that Nakamura engages in. That's why his fans love him so much. He goes into the wide lines. It's uncompromising. This is the kind of stuff he searches for. No quiet chess positions for him. He's intense. He's aggressive. And maybe that Red Bull next to him he's been drinking a little bit too much of. But we can expect fire and desire coming from this player. Guys?
Absolutely, and what a great competitor he has in this game, too. One of the things you got to love about Conrad Holt is he doesn't shy away. It's not like, oh, I'm playing Nakamura, so let me play a kind of quieter line of the King's Indian and sees what happened. Nope, look what we got on the board, H4.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's very typical Conrad Holt. Like, he's very well prepared, and he doesn't really have that fear.
Yeah, I recall last year's U.S. Championship where Conrad had white against Gata Kamsky, who eventually won the tournament. Gata won that individual game, but Holt had the edge and only collapsed in a kind of a time trouble. But that was a crucial game to the outcome of last year's U.S. Championship. Now this move H3, H4, because you had mentioned, Jen, yourself, that this pawn on H3, that bishop on C8, makes it very awkward or maybe even simply impossible for white to castle. So Conrad went for H4, and one of the ideas is that he's trying to take the sting out of an eventual F7, F5. So let me make some moves so I can express what I mean. After, say, knight D7, in order to prepare the advance F5, you get H5. Then if you have black and you play F5, there's a takes, takes, takes. Again, you want to recapture the pawn, and then suddenly this move bishop H5 in conjunction with the H file gives white a very, very dangerous attack.
Yeah, this would not be happy for Nakamura. So this is a kind of an example of your own attack coming to haunt you, which happens a lot.
Yeah, the boomerang effect.
Right.
You know, like you black are trying to open up the position on the king side, and suddenly it's your king that ends up being the one you go from hunter to prey, so to speak. And so this move H4 is what white wants in this line.
So it's a multi-purpose move because on one hand it gives white the possibility in some position to castle, which was of course off the menu when our pawn was on H3.
Right.
But it also gives us the chance to not castle and use our rook on H1 to support the H5 advance.
Right.
But to a lot of people it might look strange that Conrad Holt played 6H3 and 11H4.
Exactly.
But situations have changed, right?
Right, exactly.
And now we don't really need to protect the G4 square anymore.
And it goes to just show how subtle these very, very, very little nuanced details. It's so critical to know them in theory, to know the latest wrinkle. And like you say, it does make a little strange impression that you play first H3, then later, as the situation has evolved, you play H4.
Well, I don't really play D4, so explain why 6H3 is such a popular move.
Right. So if we go back to, in fact, there's been a wide variety of what white can do. Averbach, Petrosian, all kinds of lines. Now, the idea behind H3 is, first of all, you just stop these ideas of bishop G4 or any variations with knight G4. And what white is doing with the move H3 is he's simply preparing to play the move bishop E3 and saying to black, do something about it. E5, D5. So now you have an advanced, you're clamping down in the center, so to speak, with this move D5. Now black has to gain counterplay with the move F5. Hence, we see this move knight H5, we see this move G3. These moves all look very logical, and then this move knight D2, which I freely confess I haven't paid too much attention to that move myself. Knight D2 was played. Hikaru appears so far to be following theory, although I won't say that I know what the theory is here. Knight f6, and now h4, and now he's got issues. How is he's already given up the center. White has a dominant control of the center. He's with these beautiful pawns on c4 and d5.
Well, that was
and
going to happen
e4.
by Nakamura playing the King's Indian.
Precisely, it's the nature of the defense itself to give up the center.
Right, in those other even more popular lines that you mentioned, the Petrosian or the main line with Bishop e2, you get the same type of structure.
Right, where you're cramped. However, in those lines, like the main line, you are ending up with f7, f5 very conveniently. Now here, White is being very sly. He's basically saying, hey, I haven't committed my king. I may go queenside one day, and I still have the option of going kingside.
Also, or just chilling in the middle.
Chilling in the middle.
But I think that's really funny. You know, it's like so interesting conceptually because, you know, we're preventing Black from playing f5 gracefully, but we're also creating all sorts of weaknesses for ourselves. So will it cost us more or help us more?
Right, that's the question we're facing. Let me just say that one other thing worth mentioning. If Black plays the move h7, h5 to prevent his opponent from playing h4, h5, then let's just imagine a variation like knight b3 to control the c5 square. Now let's imagine a move like knight h7 to prepare f5. Now we play bishop e3, f5. And once again, after capturing, you don't want to, normally speaking, Black wants very much to recapture with the pawn on g6, but that would hang the pawn on h5. So again, it's very awkward for Black to get the kind of free attacking play that he normally gets in a King's Indian for having given up the center.
That's right. So this one I'm really excited about. I think this might be our game of the day.
It could very well be.
Let's take a look at something something new.
I just wanted to go back to our second key matchup, that Wesley game. That was with the Nimzo Indian with f3. And it's looking like a same-ish variation. Knight h5 threatens to play queen h4 check. Very dangerous threat. White addressed it with knight h3 so that he can block the check either with g2, g3 or with knight f2. f7, f5. Now these are all conventional ideas that have been seen since the days of Michael Botvinnik back in the 50s and 60s.
And we've got another exciting game that we haven't looked at, and Grandmaster Maurice Ashley has something for that on us. That's a game between Trofe and Robson.
Yes.
I was talking with Grandmaster Sam Shanklin when we were in Hawaii at a chess tournament, and he said, you know, I'm older at 23 than the median age of the tournament, which was stunning for him. Like, he felt like one of the old men in the competition. Well, there are a couple of youngsters playing now that might say, yeah, dude, you are kind of over the hill already. First of all, Grandmaster Ray Robson, who came in second place at the Millionaire Chess Open and won $50,000 for his efforts. He's now with the white pieces against an even younger babe at 16 years old, Caden Trofe, who played in the championship and excited us a couple of years ago with his fine play. And in this game, they have started off with a matchup that we love. You guys are talking about the game of the round. Well, this has got to be so far the exciting opening of the round because they went right into a Najdorf Sicilian. So if we can take a look at the big board, we see that this game, for the opening, the Najdorf we know is always very exciting, and it's sharp, it's interesting, it's dynamic, and it always promises to have great excitement. So here we go. We look at this position. Right now, typical position, White has castled on the queen side, Black has castled on the king side, so opposite side castling. And now a normal move here, G4, typical move, I should say, in this opening. And the response, B5. And after G5 attacking the knight, you're expecting the knight to move? B4 attacking the knight on the other side of the board, challenging White's knight to go to the D5 square so Black could snap it off. Instead, White went for this line, taking on F6, and now B takes C3, so White's queen is hanging. White has no time to go after the bishop, so he played queen takes, and then knight takes on F6. And it looked like a trade there. Both sides now have files to the king. For Black, he's got the extra B file. For White, the G file. So both these young attacking players looking for their own. Knight to A5 with the threat of putting a knight into c6, rook to c8, knight went to c6. Anyway, forking the queen and bishop, and now queen e8 forcing this trade, and now white is the one with the two bishops, but his queen being under attack, he played queen a5, attacking the a6 pawn twice, now rook to c6, and we have the current position on the board. Already, the board is aflame. We've got double the rooks coming soon for black. He's going to be attacking that way. His bishop is already lined up, and he's looking to play moves like d5 in the position. So white has to be careful to maintain his advantage here, and his attack doesn't seem like it's going anywhere anytime soon. So a very unbalanced position, very exciting. These young players infusing the positions with life and the tournament with excitement. This is going to be a fun tournament, and it's already starting off very exciting and aggressive chess. That's what we pay for, right?
Well, I remember, thank you, Maurice. And I remember Yasser made a great impression on me when I was playing in a women's championship. It was one of my first ones ever. And I was showing you a Sicilian game, and I think I was white, and you were just like, but this is just good for black. Black has the C file. Like,
Is that what I said? Oh, no. Was I right?
Yeah.
I did it. I hope I didn't discourage you.
You were, no, well, I ended up playing the Sicilian.
Oh, well,
all
I
the time.
ended up
So there you
encouraging.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Wow.
So that game, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
That's
gonna
a
be
barn
thriller.
buster. Yeah.
And so we'll keep a close eye on that. And more games coming up. We're also going to take a look at the U.S. Women's Championship. We're going to be right back after a quick break.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So, create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
And we are back at the 2015 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championship. Let's take a look at that beautiful playing hall. You know, you guys should come out and see this all for yourself if you get a chance. St. Louis Chess Club, capital of chess. We've got the World Chess Hall of Fame across the street. And you can see this thrilling and historic chess action in person. You can get some autographs from the players, especially if they've won their games.
Oh, yeah.
And over here at the championship, we've got the camera on our defending champion. Let's take a look at our defending champions. Start with Gata Kamsky, reigning champion.
Well, Gata, very well known for being both e4 and d4 players. He likes to play d4 as the start of the tournament. If it leads to a victory, he'll keep playing his conservative brand of chess and winning positional technical play.
No,
Now,
but sometimes he plays D4 in a very insipid way. Although
Right.
he makes it more exciting, but
somehow he works
that
for him.
London or Bishop
Yeah.
G5 stuff, especially the London, he's
Yeah.
been playing that a lot.
Right.
In fact, he had a game against Shanklin that was quite interesting in that variation. But here he chose more mainstream D4 waters.
Exactly. The players, Sam, by the way, has really been playing incredibly well. He's sitting on a peak rating, and he just keeps improving his rating and going up in the world rankings. So we see a conventional Slav defense, C7, C6, E6, takes, which immediately became a Queen's Gambit declined. Now, this early capture on D5, basically that has made Black's life a whole lot easier, because now he can develop his light square bishop unimpeded. Normally speaking, in Queen's Gambit decline, Black has issues with his light square bishop. This game, no such problems. Bishop F5, Bishop D3, and Gata, with all of his great experience, after all, he played for the World Championship as challenger against Anatoly Karpov. For all of his great experience, I'm really surprised he allowed this setup for Black, because this is always considered very balanced. Now, again, we mentioned that Gata is happy to have microscopic advantages and to play them well. But to my mind, Black has already equalized. The idea behind the move Rook B1 is as straightforward as it appears. White wants to get a minority attack with B2, B4. Sam says, no, you don't. A7, A5 shuts down that idea. And Gata is sitting here thinking, well, okay, what can I do to spice things up? Or indeed, is there a way for White to spice things up? Something that White should not play, I want to emphasize not play, is A2, A3, A4, Queen back to C2, Queen A5. This variation allows Black to get a good grip on the Queen side. So I don't think Gata is going to go there. I think rather he'll probably step back with Queen C2. The idea is to prepare A2, A3 as well as B4, and also to get out of Knight E4, Rook E8 and Knight E4 ideas. The Queen on D3 can end up being a tactical target on that square. So at the moment, very balanced position. I don't see an advantage for Gata with White in this game.
Well, and that's important for Shanklin because,
Big time.
yeah, he's had some trouble with Kamsky in the past.
Haven't we all?
Yeah, lost a brutal game to Kamsky in an open tournament in the Eastern class.
Right.
And yeah, he was talking about how great he's been feeling lately, improving, cracking the top 100 in the world, and then Bishop takes H7 checked by Kamsky, and suddenly confidence frazzled.
Yes.
So kind of fitting that this is his first test in the championship.
Right. I wanted to say that in their individual matchups, and a shout out to Aviv for preparing this, Gata and Sam Shanklin have played 4 times before this. This is their 5th encounter. Gata's won twice with White and 2 draws as Black. So Gata has been a difficult opponent for a lot of people, including Sam.
And that game might not even been included in that because I think it was like an open that probably didn't go to Twick. So although it was mentioned in CLO and an article that Shanklin wrote about cracking the top 100, so you can check it out on uschess.org. But yeah, definitely a tough opponent, not only in the score, but it also seems like psychologically, the way Sam articulated losing that game, it'll be a really big, good start to him to draw this game with Black.
Exactly.
You know?
It's a big test. Agreed. Yeah.
But Kamsky always tries to make something happen when you least expect it, right?
Yeah, just when you think that everything's copacetic and he's relaxing, then suddenly he snaps to life and brings some really good creative ideas to the position.
And in the
Remarkable.
meantime, our Sicilian game between the two youngsters might
yes.
be already ripped open.
Oh,
so
my.
Maurice, any progress in that game?
Well, actually, no. Nothing has happened yet, although I've been analyzing a very interesting line I want to share with you guys. Before I say that, Sam Shanklin, he's been playing really well. 53 games in a row without a loss. That's a lot. 53 games in a row without losing. Sam has been a very tough opponent to fight against in the last year, and he's surging as he's now in the top 100 players on the planet. However, I'd like to get back to the Sicilian game because I've been watching it quite closely. And it's an interesting moment in the game. After this move, queen to a5 by Ray Robson, the rook c6 did happen, and now king to b1. And there's just a moment, there's the principal line that you always look at when you're playing the Sicilian, especially when you have this weak pawn on d6. Can I push it? Can I push it? And there's no question that the youngster Kaden Trofe is looking right now, wondering, can he advance this pawn? Well, let's take a look at the line. d5 seeming to try to solve this problem in one go, but wait a second, too many things happen to be attacking that square. What if we get two pieces for the rook? Now white has suddenly the two bishops against a rook, but it's black's turn, and black can play this move, rook to d6. And it looks like there's a back rank mate, but no, not quite. After queen to e4, rook to d1 check, there's this move, bishop to c1. Now you see the black rook wreaking a little havoc on the back rank. It's now firmly placed there, but white's ready to move this bishop on f1, excuse me, to g2, except black has this move, queen to g5, just for a second, threatening mate to that bishop. How do you defend? Only one way, f4. But fortunately, after this trade, takes, white has now solved the back rank problem, so to speak. He can even play bishop to g2. And what is this position exactly after this trade of rooks, or even rook to d8 is possible? Is white winning, black winning? A crazy little line. The engines say that white has a smidgen of an edge, a smidgen. Yaz, these computers, I mean, gee, these days we look like we don't know what we're talking about. But certainly an exciting variation, and I'm sure that the youngster is looking at this line, that is the younger youngster in Kaden Trofe, is looking at this line to see whether or not he should burst out with d5 and really explode the game. Guys?
Can't wait to see what happens there. Thanks,
Right,
Maurice. Well,
yeah.
Robson certainly no slouch when it comes to calculations. So
Right.
this will really show the strengths of both players. Now, we were going to go over and take a look at our defending women's champion,
Yes.
Grandmaster Crush.
Right.
So
Exactly, and we've got that on our board. Sabina is white, and it opened a very conventional way. In fact, Sabina plays a variation that I really like, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. The Nimzo Indian with queen c2. The idea is very, very simple. White wants to play a2, a3, forcing this bishop to trade itself for the knight against, and after queen captures c3, white maintains his pawn structure and her pawn structure intact, and gains the two bishops.
feminist alert.
Yeah. d5, one of the main variations, cd, ed. White can also play bishop g5 one move earlier, but bishop g5 is fine, h7, h6, and in the World Championship matches, match between Garry Kasparov and Nigel Short, this was a very well-debated variation, bishop h4. Castles. Now this is an interesting moment here, because there are a lot of times that black is going for counterattack with an early c7, c5, oftentimes based on g5 and knight e4, and gets an early initiative. So this move, castles, is basically a slow way of playing it by black, which makes it difficult in the near future to play g7, g5. Once you castle kingside, you're really not that anxious to push that pawn shield in front of your king.
No, not unless you like really win something big.
Right.
Like if you could play g5 and then knight takes d4. Of course, or knight on b8 then.
Right, exactly. Okay, now right away, this is actually a key moment, and I'm not happy about this move, knight f3. No doubt it's probably theory, but I would really much rather, as white, if I were white in this position, to play e2, e3. And let me just show you what the potential difference might be. Let's say black plays bishop e6, bishop d3. I'm just putting some moves on the board for a moment. The reason why...
Knights before bishops, Yasser. Come on.
Knights before bishops. And here I've done the opposite.
Right, yeah, but you had a good reason.
And that good reason is knight e2. And the difference is, with this bishop on e6, I'm looking at an opportunity in the short run of playing knight f4 and eliminating the light square bishop.
And
That's
you
all
leave
it
your
is.
f pawn open too, which can come in handy in certain
Potentially.
variations, especially if you ever decide to castle long.
Right.
So that's an interesting point, and I think it's one of the reasons that whole like knights before bishops rule applies a little bit more to the open games. In essence, whenever the game is more closed, you have more of a luxury to develop as you please.
Exactly.
And a little bit less speed oriented.
Right. Okay, knight f3. Nothing's wrong with that move, but I feel that e3 was a superior choice. Okay, Irina played for the counter to gain the initiative with the move c7, c5. So one of the things that she risks is that after white plays d4 takes c5 sometime down the road, she's going to have an isolated queen pawn position, and she better have enough dynamic play. e2, e3 was played, bishop e6, and now I haven't, Sabina's deep in thought here. Okay, so...
Deep in thought indeed, right?
Yeah.
Using a lot of time in this game, and we do see that sometimes there's more time scrambles in the women's championship, so it could get pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's
Although
interesting.
time scramble with a 30-second increment is not quite the same.
There's
as
not
that.
quite the time scramble.
But it can still get pretty fun. It's pretty fun for us, all right?
Oh, without question. So in this position, the way I see it, the choices, and I'm not exactly sure in what order I would put them, a2, a3 would be a conventional move, putting the question to the bishop. d4 takes c5 is her second choice that Sabine is undoubtedly calculating. The idea there, again, is just to get the isolated pawn, bring the rook over to d1. Another interesting choice for Sabine might be here, the move bishop d3. Essentially
Allowing c4.
encouraging it, in fact, c4. Then the bishop pops out over here to f5. And if we were to see, for argument's sake, a capture, well, in
I feel
this...
like when you say for argument's sake, it means that it's not a good move.
Exactly.
You do not like this.
Oh, you're getting used to me. You're picking up my style.
Deduction, yeah.
Right. So
For argument's sake,
say-
I'm
Yeah.
not the 6-time reigning women's champion, but I'm
Right.
just going to give Sabina this massive
Yeah.
structural edge, right?
Precisely. And the pawn on d5 becomes a serious target thanks to
Right.
the bishop, as well as the knight, as well as the queen.
As soon as we castle, that pawn's going to be in the danger zone. And if you do
Exactly.
try to break the pin with g5, that's a horrific pawn structure. And we can even consider taking it, snapping it off.
And just winning on the spot. So,
So, yeah.
lots of choices for Sabine. So I'm with her in terms of what she should be calculating.
But
Now,
that's a common positional error, too, to kind of, your opponent plays bishop d3 and you play c4, but it actually really just induces you to take the tension out of the position, and that actually makes it harder for you to get counterplay.
yes and no, because on the other hand, that expansion has got to be worth something later in a late middle game or an end game. That pawn on c4 is a nice majority. And so, for example, instead of the bad move bishop f5, like a move like knight d7, Irina setting herself up in this case to be able to
And you're
move her queen.
And you're not so worried about the weakness on g6 in this position. You think it's too easy to be covered with like queen e8 or whatever.
Yes, you're talking
Yeah.
about if you try to jump right in right away.
Right away,
you
it
know.
doesn't seem to do much, does it?
Right, and the
Yeah.
queen without a bishop on c2 isn't exactly scaring anybody on g6. It's a nice square, but it's not anything decisive.
No, we'd more want to play like g4 and g5 at the right moment somehow, perhaps without taking on e6 though.
Boy, you did come to honorary. Boy, you look at you. You're looking at all of the attacking lines today.
Yeah, well, I know that's how
Again,
that's how the U.S. championships really usually start.
What did you have for breakfast? I'm just curious. I mean, you got your granola,
The
yogurt
power
going
bar,
for it.
that's
You
right.
bet.
Power bar. Speaking of our power game of the round, Maurice, what's going on between Robson and Trove?
Well, Powerbar might want to get some sponsorship money in here, because that's exactly what's happening on not just one board, but a few boards. But let's focus first on the game between Robson and Trove. And we were talking about the move. Maybe he was thinking about it. Well, he did it. The move d5 has been played by young Caden Trove. And now it is Robson's turn. Now, we know Robson gets into time pressure a lot. He's a great calculator, but he spends his time looking at lines. Well, this one he's going to have to be a little bit careful, but according to the engines, not so much. After the trade on d5, knight takes, rook takes, Why not get two pieces for the rook? Bishop takes, d5, queen takes, and now rook to d6. Looks like there's a back rank issue, but not quite. Queen e4 is the best response. Rook d1 check, bishop back to c1. This is a line, no doubt, he's peering into, going far into the future, trying to figure out, is there something wrong here? Is there a mistake he might be making and overlooking some line? Well, queen g5, the most direct line, and now f4 would be the only response. Now, I want to make this point. You have to play queen takes because e takes f4 is just horrible because bishop to d3, discovering an attack on your rook, and oh, by the way, I'm just threatening checkmate, that little thing. So this would be a big problem for black. He would go down in flames in this line. So here after f4, he unfortunately has to give up on a direct attack and trade queens and now hope that there's something here. Is this endgame better for black or okay for black? Given this rook very powerfully, and he also has these extra pawns on this side trying to rain down on the board. Now, if this were a bishop and knight combination, you would definitely like black. You'd say, it's over. This is going to be going down easily. But these two bishops, they're pesky. Also, white has this passed c-pawn. That could be a problem as well. In fact, he could just play c4 right now if he likes, just to start the action going. But this is very hard to evaluate, and I guess that's probably why young Caden went into the line, because he said, hey, it looks rich. I got chances. I got passed pawn, a mass of 4 against 1, in this line, 4 against 1. Who knows what's really going on here? Now, just to jump to another game, there was a mate alert, guys, that we missed on this board with Wesley So playing against Naroditsky. And in this same-ish King's Indian, we saw a trade happen out, knight to the rim with the not so unobvious threat of queen to h4 check. And we saw knight to h3, 2 knights going to the rim, and now f5. And now check out this variation. Knight f2, b6, really Nimzovician in staying away from the central pawns at all. Well, Wesley said, well, pawns aren't that bad in the middle. Let me just go for it. And now the move queen f6, a mate threat already on move 10 with the black pieces at that. Remember, we just went over that game with Nakamura, ignoring the f2 square. Well, you're not going to see that in this game. Rook to a2, highlighting a little plus of the move a3, defending this knight. And now, really, white has a massive center. Yaz, I know you like these kind of positions. White's going to bowl black, push back black. e5 is coming. This knight is tender. If it goes to f4, g3 will happen. It looks as though white is going to push black way back and get a big-time position. Will black have enough resources to fight here? And I'd just like to make one more point. The game with Nakamura and Conrad Holt has also exploded with h5 and f5. So right out the opening, we get lots of excitement happening here at the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Wow, really heating up for round 1. Great. We knew it was going to be a fabulous event.
Well, that's one of the things that sometimes happens. I mean, I know everybody loves the super studded events like the Sinkfield Cup. I mean, that was just a dream come true to commentate on that.
Right.
But once in a while, sometimes the more lopsided pairings can create some really exciting stuff.
Absolutely.
Because the players, like, they have to play them the sharpest lines.
Right.
King's Indian, Sicilian. That's what we're seeing here. Right. Now, we mentioned earlier in the show the fantastic new studio that
Yes.
Spectrum and Fat Champ have been working on so much this last month. And we've got Taryn to give you guys a little tour.
Yeah, we're going to give you guys a little behind the scenes peek. Just like Jen said, a brand new studio. This used to be a classroom in the basement of the Chess Club of St. Louis, and they would have to build a set every time they had an event here. So now it is a brand new set, and as you can see, Yasser and Jen are over here in their corner with the gorgeous set and all the different TVs, and we can turn around behind our cameraman here. We have Maurice in his corner doing all of his touchscreen action, and then to the right over here is a sit-down area where Maurice will sit down with the players and other people and experts to just chat some more chess. So this is an exciting extension of what they've already been doing here at the Chess Club of St. Louis. Another good thing to point out is that also for international broadcasts, this sets up an English-speaking segment for that as well, so they can kind of do the English version here in St. Louis while they're broadcasting internationally. So just another reason why St. Louis is becoming the U.S. chess capital.
Thank you, Taryn.
Beautiful.
And thank you to everybody who made this studio possible.
Absolutely. And it's amazing, Jen, because I was here 2 weeks ago, and this place was completely buzzsaws, cables, wiring everywhere. And what is
taking place in 2 weeks is fantastic. It's really, really, really beautiful.
I'm sure we'll bring out the buzzsaws at some point.
Yes.
I mean,
Well-
if somebody makes a bad enough move.
Ooh, brutal. By the way, in that round one, that game between Hikaru and Conrad Holt has followed that whole line that we talked about
The pawn sacrifice.
at the start of the show.
That one.
Which
one that
is-
we kind of liked for white.
Right, very much so. We had given a variation that reached this position where we saw black playing the move h takes g6 and this idea of a boomerang thanks to this open h file. It's white with the move bishop h5, queen e7, bishop into g6, who is gaining the initiative, gaining an attack on the king side, which is usually black's theater in the King's Indian defense to try to get counterplay. So this would work out very well for white.
Indeed. Maybe black is considering taking with the queen instead on g6.
That's exactly right. I think Hikaru is going to, whether reluctant or otherwise, have to recapture on g6 with his queen. And now the key point here is whether or not white plays bishop h5. The point is that after takes, queen or rook takes bishop f5. Okay, after queen takes, let's say knight e4. Here's what white is trying strategically to do, is occupy the central square e4 with a knight. This is really, really nice if white could just, get in the move bishop e3 and queen c2 or bishop d3. This is strategically winning for white.
I love those strong words. But yeah, I was just about to ask, what if we just try to dislodge it?
Right. You have to go for a move like knight c5. Let's say, okay, here I need a little bit of thinking.
Yeah, you got to
Should I
kind of look
play
at all of these tactical possibilities here. You've got,
f2, f3? Should I go for f2, f3?
you also have to look at the possibility of sticking in rook h5.
Rook h5
That
is
little in-between move.
a very nice one. Rook h4 to
Yeah.
refortify. But let me just be direct and go with the bishop d3. Okay, this is setting up for some tactical actions along the diagonal. If I can force, well, hold on. In this
Or
case,
induce.
in this case, is actually the problem is.
There's a little tactical shot of your own here, although it's going to a massive mess after queen takes f2 check
Exactly.
in d1, because if you recapture on c5, the h7 is hanging at the end.
Exactly. But there is this nasty little check.
Instead, you got the bishop
Ooh.
g4 check on it, huh?
Yeah.
And now knight e2.
Now knight
Not going to
e2.
end well.
Well, no, it's still okay, but it's a pawn sacrifice now for white. It's a pawn sacrifice if you take on e2 multiple times.
We don't have to take back on e2, do we? We can maybe we have to.
It's a check.
Yeah.
It came with a check.
I guess we do.
So, but in this case, I'm not 100% convinced that. Well, it's a pawn.
Well,
It's a
I'm
pawn.
convinced that all of our analysis was 100% accurate, because we are not
I'm
using
not
engines for this,
convinced.
so probably just our natural instincts and the
But-
tactical line are going to be perfect, right?
Right, but I like this.
Rook h5 maybe, though, is also... It does seem that white has got all these fantastic possibilities and black kind of hanging on and, more forcing.
Yes.
Have to play like one move.
Yes.
Find it.
Right, exactly. And this is strategically fabulous for white when he gets the square e4. And I've won lots of games on the white side of such positions, having full control of the square e4.
Yeah, you're not even looking at the tactics. You're like, just let me win e4 and I win the game.
Exactly. And Hikaru is, we think, going to recapture with the queen on g6.
Because the pawn
leading-
face looks so horrible. Unless
Exactly.
there's something we're missing there. But we are going to keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at a Nakamura tactic as we go to our first break of the day. And that is against Lawrence. And that is in Budapest in 2000. I'd also like to, we're going to find out the first name in just a second.
Okay.
But, I'd also like to point out our hashtag US Chess Champs.
Yes,
People have been
for
tweeting some
twitting.
great stuff.
Yeah.
So keep it up, guys. And solve this puzzle while you wait for more U.S. chess action from the chess capital of America, right here in St. Louis. And welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships. Here we are inside the beautiful playing hall. And boy, do we have some exciting developments from two of our favorites here in the championship, our two favorites, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. But before we take a look at those games, let's look at a vintage Nakamura puzzle. And Maurice is going to show us how Naka did damage in that game.
Well, we got to go back quite a few years. Naka was all of like 12? Really? This guy was a master player even then, just rolling on the way to becoming a grandmaster, and at the time, the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history, breaking Bobby Fischer's record of 15 and some change, and Nakamura did it 3 months earlier. Well, this position, he was playing against Istvan Lawrence, I'm sure I'm butchering that name, in this tournament, the Elkis Memorial, and Black is doing perfectly fine in the position until he decided to get fancy. And you know, sometimes you get fancy, you get hurt. He played in this position, knight to g3. He could have just played knight f4, but he played knight to g3. Very tricky move. Let's give him at least credit for seeing deeply into the position, because here, if Nakamura had decided to take this knight and then after check decide, well, let me run out of here to get to the queen side, he would have run into this variation. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen check, now attacking the king and the rook in the corner. And now if you connect the rooks, queen takes e4 check, and surprisingly, the king has nowhere to go but back to the back rank and then offer this rook. And so in this position, Black would be winning. That's nice. Great line. Unfortunately, after knight to g3, Nakamura studied the position and came up with the right solution. Bishop takes on c6 first. Now by taking on c6, he's challenging Black. What are you going to take with on this square? If you take with the queen, obviously there's no more check on g3. And if you take with the pawn, well, then knight to b6 check. And guess what? You got to walk into a very nasty discovery. You could have also gone to b8, make a more sensible move to b8. But still, after this discovery and king moves, now we've got this bishop hanging. We've got a trade of queens. And this knight is still hanging on this side. So a problem for White there. Let me go back to this moment. Instead, he played knight takes h1, Black did, trying to stay ahead. And now this is the position that we were looking at, is the puzzle. Now, did you solve the move? Well, if you found it, it was bishop to f4, attacking the queen, sacrificing a piece. He's just going down in exchange, now sacrificing the bishop. That's the winning move. Why? Because queen takes is impossible because of queen takes on b7, and that's checkmate. And the other problem after bishop f4 is you can't play queen takes because of another unique situation. Knight b6, we've seen these before. This mate with the knight and the bishop, you have to give away your queen. So there really was no move after bishop to f4. He panicked. Bishop rook d6, realized that he was going down in flames after takes, and now queen takes b7, trading everything off. After this trade, now Black finds his knight is trapped in the corner. He's going to go down a piece quite soon. So the trickster got tricked in this line. He didn't know he was playing a future number 3 in the world. We can forgive him for that. But now this player, the number 3 player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, is got his hands full against Conrad Holt as this game is spicing up. Guys?
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Maurice. During our break, in the game between Conrad Holt and Hikaru Nakamura, the line has gone directly as we thought it might ages ago. H takes g6, H takes g6. Now,
and both of these options looked ugly. Like queen takes wasn't looking too pretty.
No.
Because specifically because once we take with the queen, we are acquiescing the e4 square.
Right. This is the line we were looking at before, knight e4. And I liked your rook h5, by the way.
Yeah, and we can never, well, not never, but it's going to be very hard for us to dislodge that knight with a pawn.
Well, exactly.
It's going to take a lot of work.
The e4 square is firmly in White's hands.
So Nakamura took the option, which is sounder strategically, but we thought that from a tactical point of view might be very dangerous.
Yeah. So we've been looking at e takes f5, and again, the line that we had looked at a long while ago was that now, thanks to this rook on the h1 square, we can utilize that to get a quick kingside initiative after bishop g6. We've got ideas of bishop h7 check, of course, in the position.
And enter Queenie.
And queen running over here to h5. If black makes a conventional move, let's say knight f6, okay, to protect the h7 square, then this knight will come back out, and white's idea is to play moves like knight h4, attacking the f5 pawn as well as bishop g5. This is a very, very dangerous attack that Hikaru would be facing. So I posed to Maurice a question. Could black get fancy with the move e5, e4 at this moment? A double pawn sacrifice, hoping that white might go for a line like takes with chaos on the board after e3. Maurice said no. Our engines simply say grab the material, just capture the pawn. Oops, excuse me, knight d2 takes e4, and there's insufficient compensation for Hikaru in the position. So Conrad Holt looking very good on table number 1 with the white pieces against the pre-tournament favorite.
That's right. Now, what about our other pre-tournament favorite, Wesley So, also the top 8 players in the world, top 10 as number 8.
Now, Wesley, on the other hand, he's living up to our pre-tournament predictions, as after the move queen f6, Wesley found this very nice move, rook a2, echoes of Michael Botvinnik.
Very aesthetic move.
Yes.
Michael Botvinnik, what was that game?
From the 1950s and 60s, where Michael Botvinnik, he loved to play the same-ish and go for the 2 bishops and use this queenside rook, rook a1 to a2 ideas to come and take advantage of the open f-file. Now suddenly, black is in real trouble. First of all, the knight on h5 is hanging, and black had to deal with that capture. Queen dropped back to f7, fair enough. And first of all, you've got to ask yourself, well, what are black's trumps? Not too many trumps except for the open f-file. White has this great pawn center, c4, excuse me, c4, d4, c4, d4, e4, the 2 bishops. And now Wesley said, check this out, knight h3, and black.
Goodbye to your 1 trump. Huh?
That's right, goodbye to your 1 trump. The rook is sliding over here very aggressively, and still this knight on h5 is an issue.
But now Danya played queen to g6, attacking e4, and also with the thought that now at least rook f2 isn't going to hammer the rook behind.
Be so disruptive. But check this out. Again, during the break, Maurice and I, we couldn't get away from the set, by the way. It's like these games are keeping us so thrilled and occupied. Check this move out, e4, e5, isolating this knight on h5 and saying, look, I'm setting up for a bishop d3 tempo against black's queen.
And that rook comes in handy again because you have no fear of this little check ski, huh?
Yeah, check. That doesn't help one bit. I interpose the rook and just drive the queen back. So we were looking at, I believe, bishop b7 here. I think we were looking at
And
this
so
move.
if queen h4 in that line,
I beg your pardon.
so let's start with queen e4 check. Just let's
Okay.
finish it off.
Okay, sure.
'Cause I saw 1 cheapo.
You did? Well, let's go for it.
That's all I need to keep looking at it.
Keep going. Yeah, that's
Queen
lovely.
h4. So I just noticed that if g3, I can take on f1
With a
check.
check. Ooh.
So
well,
therefore,
hold on,
the
because
story's not over, huh?
the story's not over, because remember we're talking about the trumps, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And who takes over the f-file? Well, white.
I can play knight f6, but
Then you'll be material
then you're
down.
just now we're just down material, and there's no other way to protect f8. Okay, and so my other option,
Sorry?
none really. I mean, after rook f1, rook takes f1, queen h3, rook f2, it looks like it's the end of the story. G6, they're just checkmating on me.
Right. Well, indeed, that's right. We just got to show it because we love showing our
Yeah,
checkmates to our audience. There we go. Thanks to the bishop on c1.
That's pretty, yeah.
The h6 square is protected and black is checkmated. So at the moment, we think Daniel Danya is
I mean, to
in
be fair, we
trouble.
could have played G5, but that does not look that doesn't look
Oh,
too appealing.
I-
After
I
Queen
thought-
H3, we could have played G5 here instead.
Probably a better way of
things
staying in the game.
look unlikely to be holding there. So the only
Right.
idea here is that now Rook F8 check, King G7, Rook F7, we hang on by a thread with King G6. But
Or maybe since Queen D3, maybe you'd have to go all here. But even here, this still looks
not to mention the fact that you're not even down that much material. I mean,
right.
it's
I'm
C8
just
is
checkmating.
hanging. This
yeah,
is just over.
that's right.
So kaput here on this variation. So Wesley showing his chops here in his first U.S. Chess Championship,
Absolutely.
representing the United States.
Absolutely. And Wesley understands the importance of this game and what the national championship title means.
And now over in the U.S. Women's Championship, we have some news from Grandmaster Ashley about our defending champions' progress.
Yes, Jen. Well, if there's fire on the men's side, you know that there's double the fire on the women's side. I mean, they always play aggressive chess. You always see great games, wild chess, just every single round. And this one has already started. One of the great contenders in the tournament, Sabina Foister, she's an Olympian playing against the 6-time U.S. Women's Champion, Irina Krush. And take a look at how the game has progressed since you guys last looked at it. We saw this position with bishop to e6, and Sabina took on c5, and after knight to c6, she played bishop to b5, and now Irina decided it was time to play the move g5. Now, you look at this move, opening the king side, opening up the defenses here, and the simple move should be bishop to g3. She might be considering sacrificing on g5, but that looks uncertain. But when you look at this position, you wonder what should come next. Well, it looks like only knight e4 would really justify what white has decided to do, and after a simple, what black has decided to do, excuse me, and after a simple move like castles, you've got to wonder exactly what is going to be chosen by black. Will she go after the bishop on this side, or will she take the pawn here? Her pawn structure does look funny, Yaz. This kind of position, I know you wouldn't appreciate with the black pieces, but maybe she has enough dynamism to justify it. Personally, I like white. I think this is a bit too much, that she's going a little too far, and in round one against one of her main competitors, that's tricky. Let's look at another game, though, that has also blown up. It's a game between Jennifer Yu, who had a scintillating performance in the 2014 World Youth Championship. She's girls under 14, or is it under 12, excuse me, in 2014, under 12 champion. She went 10 out of 11. That's just a dominant score, just crushing her opposition. But she's playing against Anna Sharovich, who's won a national championship in her native Belarus 4 times already. So she knows what it takes to win a title, a national title for your country. And now her new adopted country, the U.S., she's trying to do it in this one. And let's just go back, because we haven't really paid attention here to the opening. This position was played coming out of an English. And after this move, d5, she played knight e5, allowing queen to d4, d6. And now the loss of a pawn, it looks like, right out of the opening. Black's just down a cold pawn right from jump. Now she played the move f5, queen to c2, castles, and she's saying, I have some lead in development. It doesn't look like much, but there's a lead in development. He's castled, 2 pieces out, and after the move e3, let's sack another pawn, f4. Wild chess right away, and there's no concrete line here, by the way, according to the engines. After take, she's going to play knight over to g4 and say, I've got an open file. Maybe my queen might show up on h4. There's some funky possibilities with this bishop dropping back and hitting the pawn. Who knows? But certainly some enterprising chess on the women's side as well as the men's side. So already early in the competition, we have sharp fighting chess here at the championships. Guys?
Wow, that's pretty exciting.
It's starting with a bang, huh?
I saw Yasser eyeing up that pawn. Right? What about that pawn? Yeah, some really exciting games so far from our very young and very strong U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. And we actually have got we've got a comment from Malcolm Payne, who is the organizer of the wonderful London Chess Classic, which I got a chance to visit this year.
Oh, wow.
And he said that the presence of Shanklin, Halt, and Trofe, all winners of the U.S. Junior Closed, demonstrates the huge contribution of the St. Louis Chess Club to U.S. chess. That part of the reason we're seeing such shining stars of the new generation is the fact that they've been around here for 7 years building these dreams for these
Without
kids.
question. And the U.S. Junior Championships are become incredibly strong. I mean, lots of grandmasters in the field of the U.S. Junior Champions. And if you just look at the most recent history of the U.S. Junior Champion winners, yeah, it's a who's who. And now they're competing in the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, and it didn't always used to be that way, right?
No,
I mean,
exactly.
it is, and part of it's because it's now so prestigious to play in the U.S. Championship.
Right. You can get a ticket by winning the U.S. Junior Championship. You can get a seeding to the U.S. Championship.
Right.
So all the top juniors are now accepting their invitations.
As Caden did, right?
As Caden Trove has done.
Right, and yeah, in the women's championship, of course, we have very young players. 12-year-old Annie Wang. Now, you know, she defeated Irina Krush's record for the youngest ever chess master. And Dylan McLean, in writing this for the New York Times, pointed out that Annie beat a record that was older than she was. Because Irina had the record for over a decade.
Wow.
So that also shows you, to Malcolm's point, that this phenomenon is also happening over on the women's side.
Right.
Now, Annie Wang's record didn't live nearly as long, only a few months, because Carissa Yip has surpassed that one.
Congratulations to all. That's fabulous. Wow. Well, records are made to be broken, as we say.
That's right. And yeah, and Jennifer, you also just like 13 years old, so super
Remarkable.
young U.S. Women's Championship this year.
Wow. Wow. Fantastic. Really, really fantastic. And just by the way, on that game of Anna Sharovich, I thought that the idea behind F4 was not to necessarily go with this move, knight G4. I was thinking that Anna would probably play a move like bishop F5, but I can see why knight G4, you know, slow playing it. You know, when you're 2 pawns down, you want to get the pieces out as fast as you can. But knight G4 is pretty dangerous there for white.
So I guess the difference here is that after bishop f5, you have time to kind of like poke the bishop 1b4.
Right, something like this.
Which is annoying because, as Maurice was pointing out, like the bishop c5, knight g4 thing, which was really causing white more havoc.
Exactly.
So kind of keep that check, if you will, not a real check.
Or keep that
but a
attack
queen
in reserve.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that I thought bishop f5 was the idea, but then I started thinking that, well, this knight g4, because this move, you know, white's 2 pawns up and should be cruising, but queen h4 causes some really little discomfort here for white. So very enterprising 2 pawn sacrifice
so after
by
queen h4, bishop takes g4. Let's
bishop
move
takes
along.
g4, bishop takes g4, probably something like castles or bishop e3, I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's try castles. Let's be brave.
Okay, be brave. Okay.
Or stupid. One or the other.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon enough.
Well, it's one or the other. I mean, we're not quite sure yet what. So we'll bring our rook into the game.
And I also see a rover in the offing.
Right, and something like bishop e3. Maybe a rover right away.
Just right away with rook f5, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a choice here between rook f5 and rook f6. The difference is with f6, I do have that option of maybe sacrificing a pawn at some point with f5. But
Right. Well, the thing that kind of unsettled me about the move rook f5 is how I was going to treat the move f2, f3, because I need to keep that rook protected. I can't simply retreat the
well,
bishop.
I've got the bishop c5 check here. But then you...
Ooh, bishop c5 check. That could be very annoying. I agree. If I walk over to the h file, then
And
rook.
yeah, the in-betweener there.
Well, that's still not the end of the line, amazingly enough.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, here I'm most tempted by rook f2, but then well, geez, this is really a seriously annoying attack.
And now the problem is that bishop d2, guarding the e1 square,
Hangs
leaves
the
the rook on
rook.
f2 hanging.
Rats.
And if we went back, when we went over to king h1, then instead,
Well, king h1.
the problem is now rook h5 seems to be a brutal move.
Well,
And
just
now
a
you have to play
second.
g3.
Exactly.
And now,
Queen h3 picks up an important
tempo against the
Stopping,
rook.
yeah, that's right. Threatening checkmate and stopping takes on g4 from being a good move.
Precisely. Takes on g4, checkmate. Oopsie daisy. Not a good idea.
And again, you can't play bishop d2 because h2 is hanging.
Right.
So you need that queen on c2 to prevent an action. And now what
Oops.
about, now there is the queen g2.
But then I'm losing not only am I not recapturing the bishop, but I'm actually losing an entire rook.
Yeah, and a whole
After-
rook. That's the problem. Not just
Ooh.
an exchange.
Yeah, an exchange I
entire
could
rook.
live with, but the whole rook, no. This is
So
actually
this is
winning
a
for
really
one.
dangerous line. And I think it's just so interesting, this immediate knight g4 move.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And we should point out that an h3 type move also would lead to queen h4.
The same, same type of stuff.
Except it's even more weakening.
So back here, so knight g4, h3 right away, then queen g4 keeps the pin.
And now
But
we just
wait a
have to
minute.
check about g3.
Yeah, what's g3?
So we can keep you're saying we can't keep things going with queen h5 because then there's bishop e2, huh? Well, even there though, we could pin the bishop.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking that after queen h5, bishop e2 certainly key candidate move, right? But how about just simply bishop g2 and maybe strolling with the king over to the king side? Bishop g2 protects the rook and threatens to grab the knight on g4.
Right. And if we check you're
I
just
was going to waltz away with my king.
you're just gonna
Well, at least attempt to waltz away.
yeah.
Well, here you can toss in bishop f5 as a key tempo, but that's an exchange sacrifice that you should consider.
Yes, you mean taking on g4.
Right, after bishop f5. But if you drop back with the knight, then I think I'm okay. Then I can at least drive the queen back with g4, or just play it safe and solid and play bishop e3.
Well, certainly a tough defensive task for Jennifer Yu, but Anna Sharovich has played bishop f5, so
She did. That was her. I thought that was going to be her intention.
well, that's the human
That's a
instinct,
human instinct.
to look at the forcing lines before,
Right.
especially if the forcing line looks promising.
Well, not
But-
only because she's just sacrificed 2 pawns.
Yeah.
So she wants to go into the forcing lane. So she did end up playing bishop f5, which is very, very natural. But then queen b3 is an annoying move because 2 pieces are hanging, the bishop on b4, the knight on e5. And if bishop takes c3 check, queen takes c3, black certainly doesn't lose a piece, but no longer having bishop c5 in the position is key, and white looks very good in this position. So
yes.
Anna having some trouble, and Anna was a pre-tournament favorite behind Irina Krush going into this event.
Well, Tatsev Abrahamian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, are you thinking in the top 3,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Players.
So should be interesting. Let's take a look at a tweet. Join us at hashtag US Chess Champs and tweet your own. And this is from Thomas Satva, who says that the chess players in the U.S. Chess Champs were told the games would start at a.m. instead of the scheduled 1 p.m. April Fool's chess style.
You bet.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that the chess players were making all sorts of horrible faces because of that surprising announcement.
Well,
Construction everywhere. You're going to have to start at 8 a.m.
well, our marketing director, Brian Gerald, he told me earlier this morning that he had gotten an email that said Magnus Carlsen, world champion Magnus Carlsen, had switched chess federations from Norway to Iceland. So he hadn't had his coffee, and he said, breaking news.
Sounds like an
And,
excuse.
and he sent it to Tony and Joy and said, breaking news, Magnus changes federations. Then as soon as he hit the send button, he goes,
What is
maybe
it
I was
about that?
victimized by an April Fool's joke there. And I was like, oh.
That's rough. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You can't be on April Fool's. It's really important to get out of bed immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're looking at your phone. We got Marisa Ashley with some thoughts on our Naka game.
Well, no April Fool's here because this one looks bad. Sorry, let me take that back. This one looks interesting. This one looks like the real deal. Nakamura knew if he had taken on f5 with the pawn, he'd go into all those lines that you talked about, Yaz, and that does look bad. But you know Nakamura. He doesn't care about pawns. especially if he's on the attack. And so in this position, he decided to sacrifice with knight to f6. Remember your instincts, Yaz? You said there's something here. You can't play those other lines. I need to go into something else. This is what he had planned, to move knight to f6, sacrificing immediately this pawn on g6. Of course, Conrad could take it, but now he would have to face the move e4. And now we have an interesting position on the board where black has squeezed white's position. He's got a knight that can come to c5, potentially into the d3 square with check. His bishop can easily come into the game. You have to be careful where that one goes. And white's got to untangle, and white has a long road ahead to untangle. It's not so easy for you to say, let me just do this, this, and this, because black has all kinds of potential. E3 is also an idea. Like I mentioned, this knight hopping to the d3 square. So different tricks here, and this bishop waking up as well on the long diagonal. So Nakamura sacrificing a pawn from the get-go. Of course, it doesn't have to be accepted, but hey, that means he's getting what he wants. He stops the bishop from going to the h5 square. So that game now really heating up by the number 3 player in the world. Another game we want to jump to is this game between Caden Trofe and Ray Robson with the white pieces is Ray. And we looked at this position way back, the d5 push, and it is now on the board, this endgame. 2 bishops against a rook and pawn. This one's tricky. The engines do not give any advantage, any real advantage to white here, and the move g5 is being suggested, which looks like a very obvious move to save that pawn. This 4-1, but it's really sort of 3.5-1 because of the double pawns, and it's not easy to get past those bishops. Squares are guarded, especially by this light square bishop. You have to also be careful. This pawn might drop, and also very careful that this c-pawn might not distract your pieces all the way down the board. But it looks as though black has time to bring the king to help. This bishop's not saying anything yet. I get that feeling, though, that these 2 bishops, you just get a little annoyed because they are so good in positions. But maybe here it's just okay for black. We'll see how things transpire on this very exciting game and the many others that we have here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And by the way, this game between Caden and Trofe is, I want to say, there's something very special about this type of game. The idea is that you can calculate, and all of these players calculate very well. 5 move variations, 10 move variations, and sometimes even deeper. But then there's the question of the judgment. It's great that you can calculate this long variation, but how do you judge this ending, this particular ending? And it's really hard. I mean, this might be one of those games where you burn bridges. It could easily happen that black's simply winning. Like it's just over, like the 4 versus 1. Or, conversely, it could very easily happen that Ray's winning. The 2 bishops, open position, powerful pass c-pawn, and it's over there. So whose judgment?
Right, so that's the
trumps.
thing. So what's harder for people who are trying to get better at chess? What do you think they should focus on, calculating better or better judgment?
Judgment. Judgment. Everybody can calculate, but what is your judgment at the end of the variation?
Not everybody can calculate. Oscar.
Well, yes, we can teach it. We can. You know, I tricked the kids. I was doing here in St. Louis. I was doing.
You
a
sound
class.
so proud.
I was so happy with myself. So these were really beginner kids, right? They're just starting, and I was doing a 1-hour lecture, and I said to the kids, "I bet you I can get you to calculate a 16-move variation." So they were all like, "No way, I can't see 16 moves
So
ahead."
you got them a bunch of candy and you stole all their candy?
Exactly. And I took all the, and I gave them a position, and they figured it out. 16 moves. So you can calculate, but what's your judgment? Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of calculation, somebody tweeted into us. They asked if there was a checkmate in the line that we looked at with the Sharovich game between you, whether there was ever a queen takes h2, king takes h2, rook h5 mate. I
think
kept
there was
looking
king
for
g3.
that, and I thought there was always a king g3.
I think there was a king g3.
I'm always looking for chances to
I know you
sack
are.
my queen. So.
Immortalize you with your brilliant victories. And by the way, I do see that bishop b7, not that queen e4 check, was played by Danya, and that was the move we were expecting.
Yes, the queen e4 check was pretty useless, to be fair.
Right.
And now, but again, these ideas now, this counterplay idea of playing rook takes f1 could come into the position.
Right. Well,
but it is So's move.
Yes, and we were expecting, that is to say, Maurice and I we're expecting the move rook f2. So what white is trying to do with this move rook f2 is simply isolate this knight on the h5 square so that in a very short order we'll be able to either play bishop e2 or bishop d3 and to take advantage of this knight being on the rim. The old adage, knight on the rim is dim, is what Wesley is playing for at this exact moment. So we're expecting rook f2, and we thought that thanks to the isolated situation, the knight on h5, this very, very powerful pawn on e5, that we really like Wesley's position, that Danya had been outplayed in the opening.
That's right. And yeah, really a fine performance here. How sometimes when you
So
play
far,
these
so
queen
good.
pawn openings, you don't need to develop those bishops directly.
Right. And just to continue with this line, if black went for, let's say, queen e4 check, bishop e2, there was obviously alternative queen e2, then this whole line is a kind of a demonstration of how this knight on h5 ends up being picked off the board. Thanks to this knight on f2, the rook on h1
A
is
very
protected.
unusual configuration.
Exactly. Very unusual, in fact. So that's what Wesley is playing for, to isolate this knight on h5, and we think that white has a great advantage. Again, let's turn back to that game, which is a very exciting game.
Oh, and we had a
between,
game, we
sorry,
had a move
Conan?
though.
Oh,
Instead
sorry.
of we got bishop e4 here from
Okay.
Danya, instead
So-
of what you were expecting.
Bishop d3, bishop e4. No, this is all also what Maurice had been pointing out as well. Bishop, hold on, just a second. Am I mixing things up? No,
Well, you were looking at rook
Well,
f2,
rook
and
f2.
instead Wesley started with bishop d3.
bishop
So that's
d3.
the difference.
Okay.
So
Let's just continue this. So we would look at bishop takes e4, I assume. Queen takes e4, queen e2.
and this happened.
This did happen. And Wesley, again, angling after a trade of queens, in case of a trade of queens, angling for this move
Still a
g2,
problem.
g4.
Right. Still that knight on h5 has no
That's
squares.
the
So
problem.
we would have to try to save it with a move like g6.
Right. And now white is really looking very good here. The knight is ready to do some serious damage with knight
Even in the
e4
end
to-
game, right? Like
Yeah.
normally this would be much more destructive in the middle game.
with
but
queens. But even here, the knight would be tremendous on the f6 square.
Because the problem is, you've got that pawn on c7. So if you develop the knight to a6, knight e4 is going to come with or c6. Knight e4 is going to come with a big threat of starting to just take your pawn.
Here, I would imagine that Danya's going to have to just sacrifice the exchange and play such a position, like this, hoping that after knight takes c4, he'll get some compensation thanks to these two very good knights on the c4 and f4. He'll be down material.
Hard to believe it's going to be enough because that f6 pawn is still alive and breathing.
True that.
We can dislodge the knight on f5 at some point.
With a g2, g4.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I mean after removing our bishop from capture. Yeah.
Right. So let's just drop
Bishop
back
f4
with the
maybe.
bishop.
Yeah. And now what I'm thinking is that there's no time to round up that pawn with like king f7 or anything like that.
Because
Well, we can start with g4 here.
g4 and
Yeah.
our knight. I don't like it. I think that this is very good for white as well. I agree. Knight d6. g4 is a very important move. As long as that f6 pawn is on the board, and it looks like it's going to remain on the board for some time. There's moves like c4, c5. It's looking very good. Maurice.
Update on Foyser Crash.
Yes.
Well, it looks like a significant development in that game between Crush and Foyser. We saw Irina, the six-time champ, play a little bit aggressively, not necessary in the position, at least not to my eyes. She played this move g5, and you said, did you really have to do that? I mean, really? Because after this trade, which was an interesting move as well, the Indians preferred something slightly different, but still here, this king side is exposed forever. I mean, that's just an exposure. You're going to have to be really careful. Instead of being careful, she played knight to e4. That's all right. And now castles. And she could have decided to take on G3. She could have even played bishop takes C3. She played knight takes C3, probably figuring, you know, okay, you take back with the pawn, and I'll take on C5. Except her opponent threw in this move, A3. A3, a really sterling move, well-timed. Now she's saying, if you take the pawn, which is what you wanted to do, I'll now take on C3 with the queen, excuse me, and you can feel the dark square weakness. You can feel the pressure on the C file. That file did not shut down. You wanted a pawn to be on C3, not the queen. So I think already, and the engines are saying a significant advantage to white here, our 6-time champion already needing to defend on her back foot, and Sabine Feuser very confident, as you see. She has been surprised by this move, has Irina, and A3 might pose a real problem to her chances. Well, it's still only round one, but she was the favorite by a lot. Now, things not looking so clear. Guys?
Ooh, thank you, Maurice. A2, A3, a devilish little move that totally disrupts Irina's strategy. Clearly, that move comes as a big surprise to our defending champion. Great move. A2, A3, a move I'd be very proud of making myself. How sweet that is.
So what are cute Zwischenzug? So the reason that Zwischenzugs don't usually work is because having an extra move, usually you can do something useful with, right?
Right.
But here, so the problem is throwing in a check on E2 just
Doesn't help because, as Maurice was saying,
Yeah.
black needed white to put a pawn on C3, and in this case, thanks to the open C file, rook C1, bam, give me that pawn on C6. You can defend the bishop, but only temporarily, because white is going to drive that bishop from C5, pick up that pawn on C6. And as Victor Korchnoi was very fond of saying, pawns don't move backwards, and you've got that king side structure of G5, H6, really exposing black's king to potential checkmating attacks by white. So
That's right. And then
Irina Krush in big trouble here. A3,
Bishop
nice.
at A3 doesn't help at all. That just seems to lose on the spot. So
Bishop takes A3, queen takes
takes
C3,
C3,
and
and,
oops, the bishop is trapped. That is
exactly.
right. And again, if you drop with the bishop back to A5, well, first of all, I can, in this case, take the knight, and there's no bishop takes C5. But I also, pardon me, black also would have to deal with the potential consequences of B2, B4. And white's regaining her piece with advantage. This looks really good for Sabine.
although here
Sabina.
and that again, we're going to be even on pawns in that position, but with a very nice strategic position for white.
For white, absolutely, absolutely. And let me just check to see what is happening, pardon me, in the game of, I was looking for Tatiev. There she is, Tatiev's game. Shall we just go through this quickly from the start? So we had a French defense, knight d2, h7, h6. Oh, Annie. On move 3 in the Taresh, black has a wide variety of choices. h7, h6 was recently championed by Nigel Short, who was the challenger to the world champion Garry Kasparov.
And he's been to the chess club before.
Yeah, and Victor Korchnoi was just so, he denigrated this move, h7, h6. Oh, he just thought this was an awful move. Knight f3, knight f6, and we get a Taresh type of position. a2, a3. What is that? I'm not sure about that move. I'll talk to Tatiev after the game. Castle, c4, back. Okay, so this is all pretty conventional so far, and now b6. And I like white's position, simply that. I like the fact that this knight is going to come to the e5 square. It's very easy for white to play these types of positions. It just brings the rooks to the central files. Put this rook here, put this knight on e5, perhaps knight e5 right away. And this is just a pleasant position for white. Black is going to be spending the next 15 odd moves trading a lot of pieces in order to reduce the pressure. So Tatiev looking good here in this game. And let's go back. What happened to that game of Jennifer and Anna. Queen B3 was played, and I believe...
And that's one of the reasons why we like the prefacing knight g4 move.
Right, to be able to retain the dark square bishop,
Both
bishop
of those
c5.
pieces. Yeah, because the dark square bishop and the knight on g4 were so nice.
Yeah.
In creating pressure.
And
so
no,
I
I don't see good compensation here in this case for Anna. I think Jennifer is looking really good with white.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more from the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championships, which are promising lots of exciting games as we approach time control here today.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
U.S. Women's Chess Championship in beautiful St. Louis. The games of the day, too many to predict right now. It looks like Nakamura can go either way. Our favorites.
Oh, well...
Our favorites are, perhaps stumbling today, right?
Well,
Arena
no.
Crush?
Yes, in the women's.
But Nakamura's got a better position now. Show me the update.
Right. Okay. So what we have.
Last time we checked, we really liked Conrad's game quite a lot.
Right. Well, we saw this takes, knight f6 takes, and we were thinking that e5, e4 was a crucial beastly move for black. So as Maurice was pointing out, in a number of cases, the knight was coming to c5, to c5, followed by a jump to d3, e4, e3. Speculative, perhaps, but compensation. Instead, Hikaru has simply grabbed on g6. And the key difference is a moment ago, after the move e5, e4, white is denied the opportunity of bringing this knight on d2 over to the king side and releasing the bishop on c1. So queen takes g6 was Hikaru's choice, and Conrad said, look, I'm a pawn up. Show me your compensation. I'll play knight f3. Ideas of, for example, knight g5, bishop d3. Ideas of knight h4, just driving the queen away, and again playing for bishop d3. And Hikaru is going to be hard-pressed to prove that this is actually a sound pawn sacrifice. It looks good for Conrad, simply good for white. And we see on our webcam that Hikaru is really bearing down with his Hawaiian beachwear.
I like his shirt, but I feel like it's not Hikaru. Like, Hikaru is so intense, and he's cool. He looked good with the sunglasses and the Sinkfield Cup. He looks good with
the suit and tie, but the
or even with the sporty thing, he can do that too.
Yeah.
But this just feels like it's not him.
Yeah, there's something incongruous going on here. But for Hikaru, he's reached for his knight, and did he play knight c5 or knight b4? That was from the webcam. I can't. There's a second or two between our transmission delay, but it looks, yeah, knight b4 with a pretty straightforward threat of knight c2.
And it seems like we might have already had a response, do we? No, Conrad on move.
Yeah, and now I'm expecting knight h4. Okay, so that's an important tempo, I believe, against the queen.
So no time to play knight c2 check.
No, knight
Because
c2
now
check.
we can play king d2, and you're going to end up losing some material here.
Precisely. The queen on g6, knight on c2 are both attacked. So knight h4. Now the only way of making this knight work is maintaining that queen on this diagonal. The queen h7. This looks awfully suspicious to me. Awfully suspicious. I really like White's position here.
So how are you stopping? You're just going to slide your king over? How are you stopping knight c2? Just king
Right.
f1?
I like, I could castle, but I really like maintaining this rook on the h file, because in my mind's eye, if I could put my king on g2, protecting the rook, the knight will have a very nice discovery. Knight c2, not working ever. Oops, that just walks into bishop
I wonder if
d3.
earlier, instead of, do we maybe, after knight c2 check king d2,
Yes,
is there a
pardon
knight
me.
e4 possibility? No, I guess you can just, unfortunately, I'm just trying to look for anything here, but unfortunately,
Well, there's
for
bishop h6 check type of
Bishop
ideas.
h6 check. Knight e4 fails to just, I think, king takes c2, and there's no good discoveries.
That looks pretty straightforward.
I mean, we can look knight takes c3, knight d6, knight d1, but it seems like
Nothing, no.
Yeah.
No, that's not working.
there's
not at all.
we're not taking enough things off.
Not even close, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
No.
But
so that's
bishop h6 check possibly.
okay. That's really grotty.
So there's plenty going on here. So f4.
F4.
Gotta do what we gotta do.
Exactly so. Now you have queen g3, but boy, you're really asking for rook g1. So queen g3 looks like a no starter.
And
a
does this
non-starter.
change anything with knight e4 check? I don't think so. So
I'll
knight
still do
e4
the
check,
same
king.
business.
Any changes here? Knight, no.
I'm struggling to make this work as well, Jen. I think this is just a whole lot of nonsense for Hikaru.
It looks like there should be something, but yeah, some way to take advantage here of it.
Not seeing it. I'm a non-believer. Let's put it that way in this one. Okay, so we're looking at queen pardon me.
So instead of knight c2 check, you're looking at queen h7 instead, because we can't find anything after knight c2 check, king d2, just cold-blooded going after the knight.
Precisely. And then, oh, and by the way, now that you mention it, why do I have to be so cold-blooded about it? Knight c2, king f1.
I mean, you could just play king f1, yeah.
And now again, you've got to maintain this contact with the knight. You drop back to h7, and I've got bishop d3, and that's a rest. You just got to give it a rest. That's the end of the game.
Oh, that's a nice euphemism there.
Okay, so that isn't working. So we were looking at queen h7, and I'm very suspicious of this position for black.
Yeah, because it's so hard for us to get counterplay here.
Precisely so.
Because that e4 square is so well defended. We really want to start diving in with some pieces.
Well, and that was why instead of queen takes g6, where e5, e4 was so critical. That was, going back a ways or two, we were here. We didn't like this move, queen g6. We thought the only way of Hikaru justifying his pawn sacrifice was based upon this move, e5, e4. Huge difference, as now White's knight on d2 gets back into the game in a very good way. So Conrad Holt looking very good. Let's just go back to that game on board 2 between Wesley So and Daniel Naroditsky. We got to this position. This was the bishop e4, and queen e2 was okay.
It was looking pretty for White.
Yeah, but as Maurice was pointing out, rook e2 was simply beastly. This was a really, really strong move.
And that's what So did.
No, I think he played queen e2.
So he did do queen e2, but the queen trade was declined anyway.
Well, indeed, but we are getting that ending. But now after queen b1, okay, attacking, you can't castle. That would be illegal. moving your
Oh,
king.
come on.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
this once.
So yeah, exactly. So queen c2. This ending is still in white's favor, but rook e2, that middle game was even better. I think more advantage in that middle game. I think we had something akin to
I think
similar.
ours was a tiny bit better, though. We had more. I think we had a couple more moves here when
We
we were
had,
looking
like,
at it because the
say,
bishop was already on h6,
the
and I
knight
think the
went
knight
to-
was already on f2. So it was a lot closer to happiness.
Uh-huh.
It was one move closer, I think, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. I felt like we were a move ahead.
Was the rook
Somehow.
on e2?
Yeah,
No,
maybe
I'm
that's what it
confused.
was.
So I think we have traded. So queen b1 was a better move than our trading on e2, but okay, we're getting a very similar game.
And then after knight f6 check, you thought rook takes f6 might be compelled, but what if instead we let you take on d7?
That's a king over. Take on d7, rook f7. So we're not giving up an exchange. But this knight on f6 is simply, probably I should, well, should I? I'm having trouble. Sorry, so knight f6. So we'll let you do whatever you want to do. Probably knight c4.
Probably
knight
snag a pawn or knight f5. I hadn't.
Right. One or the other. So knight c4, knight f5. And let's see, this looks good for white, but...
But at least you're not up material.
Precisely.
Yet.
Right.
So we gave up our kind of more important d pawn for your c pawn that was going to go anyway. But in return, we've at least stabilized the position.
And you haven't sacrificed the exchange. You haven't given material.
And maybe we can try to play for a c5 at some point. a3 is hanging. Yeah. So but definitely good for white.
Yeah, I like
Still
this.
just not red alarm yet.
Right, right. I mean, this knight on f6 is very good, but okay, it's not a bad line. Well, as we saw in other cases, Danya can fight here. Let's put it that way. Going back again, I'm really looking at that game of Conrad Holt, and we have seen knight h4, queen h7. We've been looking at the move king f1, maybe exclusively, by the way. And it looks like another move has been played.
And Naga did do his famous head shake. And we have Kostya Kavutsky, who's going to be doing some writing here for the St. Louis Chess Club. He's of Metro Chess.
Right.
He used to live here in St. Louis, and he
Yes.
said...
Lindenwood University chess student. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's tweeting at our hashtag US Chess Champs a lot of interesting things. Here he said that white wants a stable center when facing the kid, often using the e4 square. Hikaru is well aware and disrupts Holt's plans. And I think that was referring to your earlier idea.
Of e5, e4.
Exactly. And
King f1 has been played.
and we've got Maurice will play another game that we haven't looked at yet.
Oh, wow.
Guys, on plenty of boards, we see a lot of action going on, and especially imbalance of material. This is one of the finer points you have to understand as a strong player, that material is not just something you count up. It's what the pieces are doing, how they're being used on the board, and how they're being distributed properly, and especially how they coordinate with one another. So we see that on different boards. We saw Hikaru sacrifice in that position. And by the way, I remember a Petrosian quote, Yaz, where Petrosian said, sometimes people sacrifice a pawn and play as though they've lost the pawn. Sometimes you got to play as though you sacrificed it. Like, you got my pawn, and I'm just going to play. So that game with Nakamura and Holt, Nakamura might be thinking, you got it. It's your pawn. Now prove that you have an extra pawn. The pawn on g3 is not going anywhere anytime soon. And in the meantime, Nakamura can maybe develop some play, especially with the move e4. But in this game, we have not looked at between two powerhouses, a former champ, Alexander Onishchuk, and a blindfold specialist, Timur Gareev, also pretty good when his eyes are looking at the board as well. In this position, super quiet, super boring, coming out of what ended up transposing to like a Queen's Gambit, accepted kind of line. Everything looked pretty dull. Until the next thing happened, knight f5, attacking this pawn on e3, king to f2, and then suddenly, bam, sacrificing the knight on the e3 square. Thank you very much. Give me the pawn. Well, it's hard for this bishop just to take the knight, it looks like, because you lose your knight on a5. Knight c6 could have been thrown in as Wissenzuck, but king to d6, he's going to get this knight back if you capture him here. That was an interesting line as well because the king's exposed, but Onischuk played a deep idea. He decided, I'm just going to take this back. No problem. I'm going to go into this line. And after bishop takes a5, he could have actually continued to play with rook fc1, but he wanted to be aggressive immediately, and he plays the move a4. Now, the Indians prefer rook f to c1 with some kind of play. Let me show you what I mean. Rook fc1, and if you try to develop, now b4, and this square c7 starts to become a problem. You can't put your bishop on b6 because this bishop is waiting for you. And if you drop back, now play the move a4, and white has tremendous initiative on this side with black's pieces discoordinated, the bishop on the black rank, disconnecting the rooks, and now white indeed has tremendous play. Instead of playing rook fc1, he opted for the move a4, and this has its chances as well, immediately aggressing black's queen side. Down upon is white with the queens off, by the way, but in an interesting endgame. Now, speaking of interesting endgames, we've got to go to this game between Robson and Trofe. Take a look. We were here, a long variation. We saw this an hour ago, in fact, that this could happen. It did happen. And now c4 on the board with a rook and pawn against two bishops. c4 trying to make hay with this c pawn. But after rook to c8, now he slowed the pawn down. And check this out. If you just calmly defend with bishop to d5, black does have a plan. He can bring his king up and then bring the king to the e5 square and then start thinking about rushing down the board with his passed pawns. Who's winning? Who's better? The Indians say, slight edge for white. The humans say, I have no idea what's going on. And these guys have to figure it out at the board. So you see, this is exciting chess just on these two boards alone, but all over the place right here in the first round, that is, of the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. Guys?
That is not an endgame. You see that often.
No,
Two bishops with a rook and running pawns. So.
Right. Wow.
And as we know in a middle game, I mean, the two bishops are just going to absolutely dominate. But endgame, rooks get to have a little bit more fun.
Right, except in this particular case with the rook on c8, I like white. If
Yeah.
that rook had been, like on the first rank, pinning the bishop on c1, I think that would have been better. Let me just bring that game
Yeah,
up
let's bring
for
it
a
up.
sec.
Because again, obviously most of this is going to come down to tactics. But
Yes.
there is that strategic problem that the rook on c8 is.
Yeah, it's passive. Let's put it that way. So we're going to go back a ways to, let's say, this position. And what I'm talking about specifically is this moment, move 27, rook takes h1. So if I had been in white shoes, what I would have been happier about is a move like, for example, rook c8. Let's say rook d8. Let's say c4, rook takes, bishop takes. So we get a position like the game, except I want an active rook down here. Now, if we were to move our bishop, let's say bishop d5, let's say king f8, let's say some situation like this. So the rook, instead of being passive over here, we're going to hope that this king will neutralize this pawn, and in the meanwhile, with this rook on the f file, we're trying to set up for f3, f2. In this case, I think it's wide open. I don't know who stands better. The rook might very well overwhelm the bishops and be winning for black. In the game, however, I like this, what Maurice was pointing out. In the game, after this move c4, bishop d5 is a fine move, and don't get me wrong, that looks pretty good. I was thinking more like b3 with the idea that white's king emerges, and in this particular position, Maurice was mentioning that with your king on e5, you're nicely supporting your pawn on f4, and you're getting ready to rock and roll with g4 and f3. But with the pawn on b3, I can disrupt your king for just a key moment. I can get in a bishop check, driving your king to perhaps a lesser square like g4. Now, instead of my bishop being committed to the square d5, I've got ideas like bishop b7, right? Old pawn grubber like me, going after that bishop, that pawn on a6. And now I think it's just all white. I think this pawn is
This variation.
it's clear. Yeah,
White, yeah.
this looks really excellent for white. So I'm thinking that Caden, by putting his rook on c8, actually made his rook passive, and the two bishops are going to probably overwhelm the rook.
Well, a very instructive endgame going on here. We are getting some more results in at our hashtag US Chess Champs. Not results in the games. We're getting, Daniel Wrench said, "Is it normal that Yasser's voice makes me feel all warm and cuddly inside?" And he wants me to ask you. I think Yvette might have something to say about that.
Yeah, she likes my voice. By the way, Yvette was a radio broadcaster. She does a lot. She did a lot of radio in her early days. She has a very mellow voice. So I think the two of us match very well.
Oh, very nice. And actually, somebody did say that they liked both of our voices. They said, I love Yasser's voice. I love Jen's voice. They love Maurice. And then they're like, and chess is pretty cool, too.
Well, there you go.
You know?
I mean, my goodness, how sweet it is.
And we are going to take another break, and we've got another fantastic puzzle for you. And this one is from Wesley So in 2007. He's playing against Majoub, and it's in Cebu, which I heard is an outstanding place. Have you ever been there?
No, I have not.
They have a One Poker Stars tournament there, and I heard it's like just one of the best places to be. I think it's near the Philippines.
Wow, okay.
So let's take a look at that puzzle, and maybe you can imagine a little island paradise. We'll be right back. About 5 minutes for more. Hello and welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships, round one here in St. Louis. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. We're back from a little break. And over the break, you guys solved a little puzzle by Grandmaster Wesley So, new to the U.S. Championship, number 8 in the world. And here it is. Maurice Ashley has it.
And speaking of number 8, this is from 8 years ago when he was all of 13. It's just so depressing. Gee, they are getting younger and younger and better. Well, this one, he definitely has a huge advantage in the position, and he was playing against Morteza Majoub and the lovely island of Cebu, which, Jen, you said you've been to, is quite lovely. I got to get there at some point. But in this position, the knights are just dominant. Sometimes you can just look at a board and go, oh, this is bad. What's the win? That's this kind of position. The knights are just dominating. Black's pieces look ridiculous. And so Wesley found the move I'm sure all of you found as well. Rook takes on f5, just ripping open the black position. This is really, really bad for black because if you capture back, then you run into this move, queen to b3 check. And we get our old friend, the smothered mate, without needing to sacrifice anything. A little check here, followed by a double check. Queen and knight are both checking, and then the other knight shows up, and you've got to give up your queen, and then there's more discoveries happening. So when the rook sack occurred, the guy said no mas and stopped the game. So easy win for Wesley there, although he does not face that easy a game today against Daniel Naroditsky. He's got to work a little bit harder than back in the younger days. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And thrilling action on games 1 and 2, tables 1 and 2 in the open section.
Yeah, we've been spending a lot of time in these two games. How's our defending champ doing, Gata Kamsky?
Well, indeed, that was Gata is playing against Sam Shankland, and like I said, when we had left it, I thought that Sam had equalized. We left it
A while ago,
back around actually. Well, in fact, we got to go back further than this. So we got to this move a2, a3. Okay, so bishop takes f6. A remarkable decision by Gata giving up his bishop voluntarily like that. And knight e2. I'm really thinking that Sam is doing very good. I like black's position. In fact, I prefer black's position at this exact moment. So knight e4, rook c1, and then this whole idea with the minority attack with b4, b5 simply doesn't exist thanks to this pawn
nice
on
pawn on
a4.
yeah.
It just totally smothers White's active plan of a minority attack. And in return, black has this half-open e-file, which can be very useful in terms of generating a kingside attack. So I think Sam simply stands better at this moment. Okay, but Gata.
That's right, nice bishop on d6.
Very nice bishop on d6. This looks just very good for black.
Now generating some potential tactical threats here.
Well, rook f6, interesting. I was thinking rook g6, setting up, as we know, the old queen takes h3 ideas. But rook f6, king f1 anyway.
And now, calculating that rook takes f3, takes an f3, queen takes h3 check. Well, it looks tempting. Doesn't lead to anything for black after just king e2.
Precisely.
So that was the purpose of Kamsky's king f1.
Right.
Because if he had to go king g1, of course, that would lead to
queen takes f3 or bishop h2 mates,
yeah,
right?
The bishop h2 mating idea. That is a very important one to know.
Okay, because you say it's very important to know. Take it from the top, Jim.
That's right. That bishop h2 check.
Yes.
And now after king h1, the king
I'm
move.
forced to go into a discover to check. I got to walk into it. Yes.
And now we stick our bishop on g3. That's the key. So now after you play king to g1, queen h2 check, and queen f2 is checkmate. So we use that discovery to create another target.
And reposition the bishop from the d6 square to the g3 square.
That's
nice.
right.
But as you point out, instead of walking into that helpmate, the move king e2, and all you've got is one pawn for the exchange, and White's king is actually quite secured, thanks to these nice pawns protecting White's king. So this is not an exchange sack that Sam is going to go for, but it's definitely a nice position for Black, and Black can figure out how he wants to increase his kingside attacking chances. Does he want to go a little bit risky h5, g5 ideas, or just play it in a positional way where, for example, you just put a rook nicely in the middle of the board? A move like rook e4 looks simply good for Black. One of these days you are going to be setting up, by the way, for such exchange sacrifices that you were pointing out.
Yeah, we just needed a little bit more something to chew on there.
Yeah, to prepare. You need a little bit more preparation. But Sam Shanklin looking very good against the defending champion Gade Kamsky in round 1. Now, in this game of Wesley So's, a confusion is actually taking over here. When we had left it, we were always looking, Jen, we were always looking at these ideas of bishop h6, forcing the knight to come back to g7 to protect the rook. The rook really doesn't have a good, any good squares on the h file. But Wesley didn't do that. He went for this knight g4, knight e4 ideas, and he gave Naroditsky this opportunity of maybe positioning his knight a little bit better, as we'll see in a moment. Bang. And I'm still a little confused because this wasn't the follow-up that I thought Wesley had in mind. Bishop e3.
Now this is on the board, and then knight h3.
Right.
And this is our current position. Okay, so
Now,
why knight h3?
Well, I can imagine that on a very good day, for example, if we put our pawn on h4 and do something like castling, this knight on f4 might end up being trapped.
God, that's been our problem all game, hasn't it?
How to trap the knight?
Yeah,
Or
or how to
to
not
limit-
get it trapped.
Right.
And
But this
meanwhile,
knight-
meanwhile, what about a move like, okay, so.
But I do like this move, knight h3, because one of the things that you're setting yourself up for is rook f3 and doubling rooks.
Right.
And a very, very good day, by the way. This knight can jump to a5, and suddenly it's white on the back foot.
It looks like such a weird square for the knight h3, but as you
It
point
does.
out,
it
has some effectiveness.
Well, you can't get it at the moment. But that is
So-
to say, white, you're not playing rook g1, rook g3, and driving the knight to a bad square.
So with knight f6.
Knight f6, good idea. So we wanted to put our knight on f6 for a long time. Let's go for this knight a5, getting our own counterplay against the pawn on c4.
So in the last time that we took on d7, we weren't allowing so much counterplay with rook to f3.
Exactly, but let's
So-
continue because maybe
Okay.
maybe
There's
it's
just king
okay.
e2.
Yeah, well, after rook f3, you're right. There's king e2. Maybe that's not the end of this discussion, but I was thinking rook f7.
So you're going to go rook f7 instead, okay?
Right, returning the compliment. You threaten me, I'll threaten you. Knight comes back to
Seems
f6.
like we're forced to. And then
Fair
you
enough.
get to take on c4
Yay.
with a tempo, which is
An important
lovely.
tempo, a nice one. By the way, tempo may be also against the pawn, so probably you're stepping back.
This
And-
is so different than the stuff we were looking at before.
Right. This is not the nice advantages I remember as getting. This is still wide open. And again, you'd mentioned c5 as a nice counter-attacking idea, and I think that that's a good move in the position for black as well.
Or even, we might even be able to squeeze in g5 at some moment with the idea that now that the knight is protecting that pawn.
So you can rescue your knight on a good day
Exactly.
to go back. Well, at the moment, I still don't see, I mean, g5 is a good move. Jen, I like your move g5, but I'd like white to invest some time in playing a move like king f1 or something to get, or rook f1 to get me to play g5. So let me get in my counter shot here, trying to soften up this d4 pawn with c5. Now, if you'd like, rook f1?
Sure.
Okay. So here we can see that you are going after this guy, and now I'll respond with that g5 one. So Maurice, you've got some insights that you'd like to share.
Well, that position, definitely Wesley has blown much of his advantage. Like, what was he thinking? He played so conservatively that now it looks as though Black is back in business, and the young Naroditsky is starting to show his strength in that game. But I want to go to another game from the women's championship that blew up. It was a sacrifice alert, really happened quite quickly and suddenly, and we didn't get a chance to look at it. But remember, we were talking about this game between the young Jennifer Yu and four-time Belarusian champion Anna Sharovich. And Anna played a move here. We were saying, well, the bishop's under attack. You're going to trade it off on c3, and it's not quite looking clear what you got. She said, forget that. I'm in the first round of the U.S. Women's Championship. Who needs knights? Bishop back to c5, sacrificing a full knight. She's already down, 2 pawns? Let me go down a knight also? In this position, young Jennifer backed down because she did not want to take this piece. Imagine your opponent is going sacrifice crazy. Both of you in the U.S. Women's Championship for the first time. That's 2 players for the first time. Down 2 pawns, now up a piece. But Anna had this sacrifice in mind. Bishop takes f2 check. And if you capture back, now the discovery with bishop to c2 on the rook, on the queen, getting the queen back. So this move, bishop takes on f2 check, could just explode the position naturally, except this king could move. King could move over and say, well, I'm up. I'm up. Do you really have an attack? Do you have a true attack? The knights have left the board, so your linear pieces are all you have left, and I can block any check that happens. Maybe this is how she should have played, but she backed down, and instead of playing that line after bishop back to c5, she decided to stay calm in the position, and instead she played bishop to e3, totally backing down, saying, I'm still up 2 pawns, but after this move, knight back to d7, a fine move, looking to get to the c5 square, it's not so easy for white anymore, although she did play bishop to e2. She has this position that is still 2 pawns up, but she might have to face something like bishop takes e3, f takes e3, and now this e3 pawn is a problem. A rook could attack it, a queen could attack it, maybe the rook first, followed by this move, also knight coming to c5 at some point. So Anna still struggling to prove that she has compensation for her 2 pawns, playing very enterprising chess. It's move number 16, and she sacrificed 2 pawns and a knight already. So you can tell the style of this great champion from her home country, bringing it here to the United States. A great addition to the U.S. women's forces as we try to become even stronger on the world stage. These two are really going at it. Guys?
Thrilling game. Thank you, Maurice. My goodness. Take my pawns, take my knight. I'll play for checkmate. But
well, yeah, this just keeps getting better in St. Louis, and we have another edition in St. Louis. This one a little bit more architectural. So instead of the sports bar that was next door, there's something brand new, and Taryn has the full scoop. Not only the World Chess Hall of Fame and the St. Louis Chess Club, but
the Kingside Diner.
That's right.
Yes, we are over at the Kingside Diner, another exciting addition to the Chess Club of St. Louis campus. I am here with the owner, Aaron Teitelbaum. You just kind of want to give us an overview of this exciting new venture.
Absolutely. So Kingside Diner is going to be a diner that's open at 6 a.m. and on the weekends we'll be open till 3 a.m. And our concept is we're going to be serving breakfast all day long. We open on April 13th. So when the chess campus approached us and to find something that worked well with chess and so forth, we thought breakfast. We thought that, breakfast with a healthy concept and a healthy twist to it would be perfect for chess players.
So it's not only just a place for people to come play chess, but it's also for nightlife and for families, so a mix of everything.
Absolutely. We will have a full bar program. We have 100 seats of patio here as well. So there's outside dining, inside dining. There'll be a lively atmosphere. But yes, chess will also be a great focus here. We'll have chess classes in the evening. And a lot of the food have kitschy great names like the Bobby Fischer fish and things like that. So.
Do you want to talk more about the grand opening that you guys have after the tournament here?
Sure. April 13th we'll be opening to the public. That'll kind of be our soft openings. We'll start to get to know the public and get to know what's going on. And then April 17th will be the big launch for everybody in St. Louis to come see Kingside Diner.
That's exciting. And even though it doesn't open for a couple of weeks, you can come down to the U.S. Chess Championships. Your ticket will get you here into the Kingside Diner. You can kind of get a little bit of a sneak peek, sample the buffet that they have set up, and see this beautiful new venue. Jen, Yasser, Maurice, we'll send it back down to you.
Wow, thank you, Taryn. Breakfast all day. That's like a fantasy.
For a chess
That means
player,
we
this
can
is
have-
brilliant, right?
Because, you know, I'm always going to brunch and I can't decide whether to have pancakes or an omelet, so I just kind of hope one of my friends orders pancakes, you know?
Yeah. So
Mooch
you
off
can-
them a little bit.
You gotcha, right.
And now it's just like, just have breakfast and breakfast and breakfast.
This is the first diner in the Central West End, by the way, for quite some time. So it's quite exciting for the local community to have a diner restaurant here. So looking forward to making it my favorite here in
Bobby
the Central
Fischer's
West End.
fish.
Bobby Fischer's
That-
fish.
that- I didn't make that up. They
Okay.
actually,
They're
actually,
basting
that is
and
actually
tasting.
going to be.
Gotta like it. Things are really going wild on table one and during our little break and
Yes, Queen
interface.
is on E4. I noticed that.
Right.
Wow, how that happened?
Yeah, exactly. Let's go back to this moment.
So this is a Holt Nakamura game.
Right.
Nakamura, our #1 player in the country, #3 in the world.
Exactly. And we got to this, we focused on King F1, which was Conrad's move. Bishop F5, finally developing the bishop. We can't take right away because H1, rook is hanging. Oops. So King cozied over to G1, threatening the bishop. Bishop to C2, annoying the queen. Queen dropped up to D2, and now knight E4, knight E4, queen E4. So we got to this point, and this is where Maurice and I were getting ourselves excited about the possible line F2, F3, attacking the queen, keeping in mind that this knight on B4 is hanging. Of course, this E2 bishop is hanging. Sorry, so let me take it back. So we can't take the knight right away because black would welcome this trade.
Yeah.
This is actually fine for
F2
black.
hanging now. Yeah.
Right. So we were looking at, pardon me, that was the move played. We were getting ourselves excited about the variation F3, which is a very forcing line. We're attacking the queen. We're also attacking the knight. Queen drops over to D4 with a check. King comes up to G2. Now this knight is hanging, this bishop is hanging. You don't want to trade queens. We're a pawn up after all. So we were looking at the variation knight D3, queen C2, queen F2 check, king H3. And we were beginning to wonder, is
that king safe on H3?
Right. Who's busted and why? Maurice, did we analyze good? I mean, do the engines think that Hikaru has a chance in this variation that we were looking at, or was Conrad winning?
Well, you know, the engines kind of thought we probably didn't look at all the best moves. So in this position here, this is where you were after queen takes on E4. F3 is an idea, queen check, and king to G2. But now he could simply play, for starters, this move A5, guarding the knight, and it seems like he'll hold up in this line with some complications. But it looks as though black is still trying to prove, and doing a fair job of it, that he has activity. And even though he's down a pawn, it's this guy. And until you unravel and really consolidate the position and tamp down black's initiative, which doesn't look like much, but he does have some pieces ensconced in your position, and this bishop will always be a pain in the neck, and E4 might come. I know you like pawns a lot, Yaz, but that may be 10 moves from now, 15 moves from now. Who knows? But the engines are saying, no, black is still very much in this game. So interesting to look at. However, another game we need to look at, and what's interesting is that on all the boards where there are top champions, the former champions, none of the champions is doing really well. None. If you look, for example, Shams Shanklin's game with Gata Kamsky, Gata had to play this move B3 because there was a pawn sitting on A4 a while back. Let me see if I can get to that moment right here. After knight C1, he was trying to get this minority attack going, and Sam said, I'm going to play A4 and not allow that to happen. So jumping ahead to this position, it's pretty much even position. White looking to maybe prove this pawn weak, but black should find himself okay here. Another position was Onischuk and Gareev. Gareev was up a pawn at some point, and we thought maybe Onischuk didn't play it precisely. And now looking at the board, it looks like he's just up a pawn. Here it is, the pawn on a5. And if Garayev consolidates his position, he'll be fine. It's still a couple of moves away, but the inches are saying, well, what if you just trade off now and bring this rook into the game? Just like take and bring the guy into the game, or maybe even put it on b8. Probably that's the safest square. It's a pawn. It's a pawn. No way white wins this one. This is definitely black looking to win this game. But an even more dangerous game for the favorite, the runaway favorite we thought in the tournament, is this one. Look what's happening to Crush in her game against Feuser. We saw the position a long time ago with this nice move. You call it devilish, Yaz. A3, beautiful intermezzo. Well, it has led to disaster for Crush. She took and then rook AC1, and it's all engines go for this pawn on C6, looking really bad. Queen E7, B4, back. Give me that. Just up a pawn. Your king side looks terrible. If we jump ahead now, we see this position. Queen sitting on C6. The move G4 was played. And look at this pawn formation. I mean, I've seen Swiss cheese look more closed than that. This is terrible. Everything loose. This is definitely a position that Irina is going to have to pull out her bag of tricks to be able to survive. The big favorite already in round one. And, man, she looks relaxed for somebody who might lose the first round. Is that just a little poker face, poker antics, Jen? You tell us. You're the one who's playing poker these days. But right now, to me, things don't look so good for the champ.
Oh yeah, I definitely think that's more of a poker face. Don't let Sabina think that she's too worried yet.
Right, but no, I agree with Maurice. This looks terrible, in fact, for Irina. We talked about, advancing the pawn shield, G5, and pawns don't move back. I mean, another nice Zwischenzug here, by the way. I mean, knight E5 simply excellent for white. I mean, white's a pawn up and has an initiative. But there's even this move, bishop H4, by the way, which really could cement white's advantage very nicely. If this bishop ever gets ensconced on the F6 square, there's all kinds of checkmating ideas that are, well, checkmate. I mean, this is simply a very good position for Sabina. So upsets happening, and I did predict upsets. I thought this was going to be a really fantastic U.S. championship with a lot of dangerous players in the field. And speaking of a very dangerous position, let's go again to our table number one.
Yeah, this game is, you can't keep your eyes off this.
I can't.
Right?
I mean, both games, Wesley's and Hikaru's have really got us riveted.
Well, meanwhile, that very exciting Robson game really looks like it's going in Robson's direction. So we've been paying a little bit less attention to it.
We'll come back to Caden in just a moment. At this moment, I was thumping the table for F2, F3. The machines say, black's got play and whatnot. Conrad went for bishop F1, which has a cute little idea that he showed us directly. After the move bishop D3, Conrad wanted to go out here with bishop H3 so he could set up for a very fine bishop E6 check. This is our position at the moment. On the board. No, exactly. Wild stuff. All heck is breaking loose here on table number one. Knight C2. I got to just...
All heck is breaking loose.
Yeah, I got to give it over to Maurice for a moment.
Let's take a look at
bishop
the
E6 check looks very compelling, right? Rook F7, only move. You got to drop the rook in the way. So now this rook on A1 is hanging, but now isn't there a way that white is going to be able to take advantage of what's going on over here on the king side?
Try to enter with the queen somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to try to get in like queen G5 type thing.
Except we get killed after queen E1 check, right?
Right. So how do we get our queen entry into this?
Exactly.
Into this position, can we? Because if we preface it with your F3 move from earlier.
Yeah, that was a move I wanted earlier. Here I'm less certain about it because after F3, let's say check, and we take a rook. How are we coordinating this, Jen? My queen's not over there on the king side. I can't really drop in with knight G6 or knight F5. And I don't feel good about this. Just a second. We've got to come up with something better for Conrad than this. Otherwise, it's Hikaru who is actually
Well, what
suckered
about
his
taking our
opponent.
knight on? I mean, I'm just looking for active moves. So how about knight f5?
Which I like. I agreed, 100%. So knight f5. So we're gonna. Well, wait a minute. Careful, because we're setting up a rook h4. Okay, we got to grab a rook. What do you got?
I'm looking at all sorts of things here.
Knight h6 check kind of things.
Yeah, knight h6 just try to get that queen
Be
into the game,
careful.
but I know there's a queen e1. That's why we somehow need to make things happen with checks. That's the thing here, right?
Exactly.
So suppose we take off. Suppose we just take on g7 here.
Pardon me? Take on g7. Just take it.
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
Well, we're just.
Knight c2 to e1.
Instead of using,
No,
okay, so knight
let's
g7,
just-
so knight g7, king g7, there would be a queen h6 check. So.
Oh no! The point. Sorry, sorry to interrupt you, Jen. After knight f. Oops. Pardon me. Let's do that again. After knight f5, don't take the rook.
So don't take the rook and instead stick your knight on that.
Yeah, knight e1. Now that's a very unusual way of threatening, setting up a checkmate threat as well as knight f3.
Yeah, we're getting.
Ooh.
We're getting knights on some crazy squares in this game.
Okay, so unfortunately, knight f5, just a no-go. It just
And I don't have
simply
time
doesn't
because
work.
I want to play queen g5 and threaten queen g7 mate.
Exactly.
And threaten my own like funky mate.
Right.
So
Exactly.
knight f5, knight e1 is a very strong response.
Very strong. We don't have a good answer for that, in fact.
And so instead, if we just taking on f7, king s7, you just don't
Well,
see
why?
that leading to anything.
Right, right. I mean, why give up the absolute pin?
Yeah.
We want to be able to play that knight f5, but this looks like a calculation miss.
Yeah, it does.
That I'm sure Conrad had got to this position mentally in his mind when he played the move bishop f1, expecting that he would be able to play knight f5, expecting that he would be able to meet knight a1 with a very powerful move like knight g7. But now, having gotten to this position, suddenly he realizes that knight e1 totally undermines his strategy, and it's black who wins.
And we have this on the board actually. So bishop f7 and bishop e6 check, rook f7, both played.
Both played. Okay. And now white needs
Now
to
we
come
need
up
to
with
figure
something
out
special.
how white is going to prevent this
Exactly.
this pretty idea of knight e1, right?
Exactly.
Can
Well, it would be really gross if white has to make some waiting move. Like, I know it's silly.
Move the king or something.
Right. I'll make a silly waiting move like b2, b3. Okay, with the idea, I want it in, I'm waiting for knight a1 so that I can play knight f5 with your ideas of rook h4 and knight g7.
Or queen g5.
Or queen
and
g5.
g7 mating.
It looks absurd to play such a quiet move as b2, b3, but
We got to find something, Maurice. Any
right.
thoughts?
This is insane, is what I'm thinking. Like, whoa, they are playing chess. Literal. This is what we call 21st century chess, because this you don't see this kind of chess going back 20 years, 30 years. This is a wild, wild position. And check it out. We are starting to lean a little bit to Nakamura, and we should, because the game has certainly changed. That bishop maneuver to go to e6 ended up meaning absolutely nothing at all. It looked super powerful because the king seemed like it might be forced to the h-file. Now it's just about, yeah, you can have my rook. I mean, what's that? It's just an exchange. Big deal. And we see a lot of that. Back in the day when you got an exchange, it meant something. Then Petrosian said, yeah, right, it doesn't mean that much. And now the youngsters these days say, yeah, it is just an exchange. The bishop, rook, it all depends on the situation. Well, right now, white can keep the game completely insane with f3. White, by the way, is the one who's in trouble, but can keep it crazy with this move. And if you play check, king up to g2, and now it's a rook, like what are you going to do? White can say, okay, I am going to play queen g5. Real slow, looks very slow, but I'm threatening things like queen h5, queen g6 is in the position. What exactly are you going to do? You've gotten your rook. Thank you. You've eaten the food. But now it's my turn to try to get my trumps going. Don't forget, if this bishop ever leaves, knight f5 is possible. Even here, black should be fine with the move e4. But Queen H5 is coming, and we have a super sharp position to deal with here. Wild. These, by the way, this knight, if I can just eat it, I'd be happy because I can eat that too. So white seems like he's definitely in the game. It is not black for choice, but it's crazy. It's crazy, and will Conrad realize that he still has some good chances and there's nothing to sweat about? It's a beautiful, beautiful game for us to be looking at. We're excited by this one. Not to mention that there are other games that are exciting. By the way, I should point out this crazy one. Remember those two bishops versus the rook? Well, there it's raining pawns on both sides of the board, but it looks like white's pawns are far more compelling in this position. It's two connected passers about to appear on the board with a bishop to support, this guy coming in, and not so easy to get this one going. So it looks as though Caden Trofe is going to go down in his game against Ray Robson because it just doesn't seem as if he has a chance. Exciting games, wins, losses maybe, draws happening here at the U.S. Championship early on. And it seems as though we have a result. I'll throw it back to you guys.
That's right. Shanklin and Kamsky, the game has been drawn. And we'll hear from those two players. And big news in the Nakamura game. Knight F5 was played. And it looks like perhaps Holt didn't see Knight to E1.
Exactly. It's an easy move to miss.
That move looks incredibly powerful.
Right. And Knight F5, I mean, I'm sure when Conrad was playing this whole bishop E2, bishop F1 to E6 check maneuver.
Beautiful.
I mean, he was thinking, in his mind, he's calculating knight takes A1, knight takes G5 or queen G5 or whatever he was calculating. And it's very easy to miss this very powerful move, knight E1.
Double attack, threatening knight F3, threatening queen G2 mate.
And that looks like a winner. I mean, that Hikaru will win the game if he finds this move, knight E1, which I'm sure he will.
That's right. So does white have any recourse at all if we play knight E1 and you just trot your knight back to H4 to try to prevent both threats? Can we hang on here for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
It's better than resigning.
How do we
kill?
How do we say goodbye?
Yeah, I want to make. Oh, this is a beauty. You're gonna love
Queen G2. Yeah, I looked at that.
Isn't that a beauty?
And
now
it is, yes, checkmate. Right, very
Isn't
nice.
that a beautiful smothered mate?
That's the end.
How sweet it is. Knight
Very
H4,
nice.
very
Beautiful.
nice. Queen G2. Oh, you live for moments like this, and now suddenly, has Hikaru played knight E1?
You know, this is an appropriate time for Kostya, and Nakamura has played knight E1, and this is a great time for Kostya Kavutsky's joke here that, is it possible, because it's April 1st, a player makes a bad move to say, wait a minute, April Fools, and try to take it back? This would be the time for Hall to say, I want to take that knight F5 move back.
Arbiters aren't supposed to have a sense of humor. I don't think they'll allow the take back on this one. No.
And then meanwhile, from Chess 24, they're talking about how can you doubt Nakamura? Here he is, back in his element.
Well, I think the game would have been wonderfully exciting had the players chosen that F3 variation that Maurice pointed out, where you just sacrifice the rook and play the position quietly. This, unfortunately, the smothered mate means
it's very
over.
Beautiful. Yeah, because rook H2, even though you can't smother mate us in that variation, because we have king H1, unfortunately, you also have knight to F3 check. The more prosaic way of finishing the game.
Which just hits
Which is also
everything.
going to be coming in with check, and shortly we're going to mate you as well.
Right. Okay, so Hikaru is waiting for his opponent to resign. Let's move on.
It's great to see his expression when he's winning. Knight E7, throwing in what we might call a spite check.
Exactly.
An immediate king F8.
Right, and that would be all she wrote.
Sometimes Nakamura almost seems a tiny bit upset when he's winning. It's like this weird thing, right? He's still intensely looking at the game.
Or something? He's scowling?
He's looking. Sometimes it's weird. He doesn't want to. Maybe it's a psychological thing. He doesn't want to relax until the game is totally over. Because there he is, just still looking intently, even knowing that Conrad has absolutely no way out now.
Right. After knight G6 check, the king can simply waltz over And thanks to all of Black's
And
threats.
he has done that. So knight g6 check has occurred. And we're going to see a real quick response by Nakamura. He doesn't waste any time.
No, he recognizes it's all over here. And after king e8, I think Conrad will have to bow to the inevitable.
But this is just so cool that his king is on e8 and his knight is on e1.
Yeah.
That's kind of tough. Like, we move our king back to the original starting square and we get our knight on e1.
Well, I must say,
Which knight is that, by the way?
I think it's the Queen's Knight, right? It went to a6 to b4.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, the
C2,
Queen's Knight.
e1, right?
Yeah. Well, I have to give Hikaru credit here. I thought that White was playing really, really well.
And here it is.
And had won a pawn and strategically had done some magic. And just White erred with bishop e6. That whole concept with bishop e6 was wrong.
Nakamura's tactics too much, huh? And he has officially won the game. This is the first decisive result we have in the U.S. Championship in St. Louis. So Nakamura is back with a bang. Hasn't played this tournament in a couple years, but...
Starting with a victory in round one. Always a nice way to start a major event.
And maybe that Hawaiian shirt.
I know, at the beach where it was really puzzling. It's a warm, sunny day here in St. Louis.
Beautiful.
It really is nice, but didn't expect the beach shirt.
Get out. Oh, but it looks so good with the blazer. I like that, casual and dressy at the same time. You're making a face. Your poker
I'm not
face,
sure.
Your poker face is not working.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
making this like you smelled Bobby Fischer's fish or something.
There's something wrong there. No, one of the sports that I really, really enjoy watching, I don't know if you have, is snooker. The snooker world championships are just great. And all of the players are in tuxedo. Tuxedo without the jacket.
You like the nice outfits.
They really look good. I mean, it really gives the event this high-class professionalism that I really like.
Would you like to see that in chess?
Yes.
Tuxedos? Black tie chess tournament?
No, just simply very, very well dressed. I think that really would help.
The prestige of the sport.
Without question. And it really looks good for spectators and newcomers who come to the game and go, hey, wow, look at these well-dressed men and women.
Now, as we wait for some of our players to come down, we've got news on the Naroditsky battle from Maurice Ashley.
Well, in this game, we saw that Wesley So had been dominating right from the beginning of the game. Then he misplayed a little bit. And now take a look at what's going on. Naroditsky, having had to suffer a bit, he played this move, knight to h3, and now rook to g2. And then he dropped his knight back to f4, attacking the rook. And Wesley decided to play the move rook to g3, preventing a knight from returning to the h3 square. And now the youngster said, okay, let's go. I want to sacrifice. I want to bust open the position. Well, this simply had to be captured once, and still, these pawns are very active. So he captured yet another one. Up a pawn now is So, and after rook to d8, knight dropping back to e4, and now the move e5. It's Black who has broken out with the initiative and looking to take over the game. Naroditsky, he may have suffered early on, but Wesley So, the number 2 player in the tournament, now knowing probably that his main challenger Nakamura has won already, he can't go down right away. That wouldn't make any sense. But here he is looking like all his advantage is gone and playing mainly for equality here. Look at this knight, this pawn on c4. It's a victim. Both the Black's rooks wonderful. The knight well placed. White's king in the middle of the board. He's lucky he's up a pawn to even claim he has compensation for the bad position. So big danger now for the number 2 player in this tournament, number 8 in the world, against the young Daniel Naroditsky. Guys?
Wow.
Thanks, Maurice.
Big turnaround, because I really thought that Wesley came out of this opening looking great, having a really superb position. He had a stranglehold on the center, let's say, the 2 bishops. He looks really good. He has won a pawn, but the compensation that Danya has is more than sufficient. And I think Black looks really good suddenly, and White's king on e1, certainly not very well placed. So Wesley...
stumbling a little bit
Stumbling
here
out
in
of
round
the
one.
opening out of the opening block. Yeah.
We saw a fantastic black knight in Hikaru Nakamura's game.
He
We're
got
getting him
to
set up.
E1, yeah.
We're setting up with his interview, and let's take a look at another youngster in the women's championship.
All right.
Purva Verkud. We haven't looked at her game yet, but she seems to be doing quite well against Alyssa Melakina, who, by the way, Alyssa has been in the press a lot recently for her combining really her career in law and chess.
Yes.
So it's actually helped her at her law firm that she's a star chess player.
Really?
They like that.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people have been telling me lately. Rusadan Golatiani also. She was talking about how she recently got a new job in investments, and they loved that she was a chess player. Melissa's actually on the cover of Chess Life magazine, which just came out today, for that, and you should hop over to uschess.org and see that. But yeah, look at this position.
Well, of two disciplines that I think is just impossible to combine, law and chess. I mean, first year.
No rules.
No, I mean they want 2,000 billable hours. How on earth your first year, right? 2,000 billable hours. You're joining a major law firm. How can you possibly combine that and play good chess?
Well, we'll take a look. She's in a little bit of trouble this game, but we'll look at that after we have our guest, Hikaru Nakamura, number 3 in the world, number 1 in the U.S. He's with Maurice Ashley to talk about a dazzling win today.
Indeed, guys, just making a point, Yaz. I had a friend of mine who we used to be big chess rivals, and one day he said, yeah, but, I'm trying to be a doctor. And I said, okay, you can go be a doctor, but when you come to this chessboard, I'm still going to kick your ass. You get that? So that's no excuses when you come to the championship. And here's a guy who gives no excuses ever. Hikaru Nakamura, welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
Great game, really exciting. We weren't sure if you were alive, dead, bluffing. What was going on in this game? In this moment, you play this incredible move, knight to f6. We were saying if you took back, it looked very bad for you, and you surprised everyone with this move, knight to f6. What were your thoughts going on when this game, at this moment in the game?
Yeah, I kind of wasn't sure what I was doing, so I just decided to do something active, basically. I have a feeling I didn't play it correctly because I think I was much worse at one point, but nevertheless, I think at this point it was still reasonably okay. I don't think, it's anything to write home about, but it's not terrible like it was later on.
So you think it got much worse for you in the game?
Yeah, certainly.
After this capture and the capture here, and now the move knight to f3.
Yeah, Queen g6 is a bad move. I should have just played e4.
That's what the engines were saying was e4.
Yeah, that was my original idea, but I miscalculated this whole line. I forgot that white could throw in knight h4 first and then king f1. Like here after knight b4, if like knight b4, if white goes king f1, you're not in time because I can just go knight g4. And so the point is I just forgot that throwing in knight h4, my queen's on h7. Basically it's like I just confused all the move orders and I just ended up worse. So, not very good, but still, I think the position was complicated enough that it was still playable at any rate.
So what do you think was his improvement after he played king f1, you played bishop to f5, and then he played king g1 instead of taking, well, he couldn't take just yet, but he played king g1, you played bishop c2.
Yeah, I have a feeling that queen d2 is a mistake. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that, I thought queen f1 and queen e1 both were better for white. I felt like queen f1 with the idea of queen h3 could have been quite strong, but after queen d2, I still suspect that white's much better. It's just, at least here I can hope for something.
Well, you mixed it up with this move, knight e4. He traded here. If I can get my fingers to work, maybe you can get it over here.
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, knight e4.
Okay,
and
there
we go.
We're losing the board. We might have to get a mouse to get that going.
Yeah.
It looks like our board has crashed. But let's get to the last moment when you played this move, knight e1. Did you suspect that he might overlook this move?
Well, I think the thing is, on knight e1, you automatically see that you always have knight h4. I think that's kind of the point. Okay, Conrad got low on time, so I think he saw that he always had knight h4 as a bailout move if he needed it, kind of. Of course, obviously there's queen g2.
That was really beautiful. We pointed that out.
Yeah, which mates on the spot. But I suspect he got low and he just didn't see the idea. But I think even so, even without knight f5, I think it's already very, very unclear, and I think I have good chances. Especially considering the time situation.
What, was he in serious time pressure? We hadn't noted.
Yeah, he had about I would say about 10 minutes when he played. I think bishop e6, and then he spent all his time on knight f5. And I don't know about knight f5. Maybe there's something else, but still, it's always just such a messy position that, you know, if you don't have a lot of time, it's going to be difficult. And also, I mean, it's a good 20-ish moves away from time control. So I think it's just a difficult situation to be in.
So congratulations on that. You're back in the championships after a 2-year hiatus. Three-year hiatus.
Yeah.
And you're an old man for the championships. I mean, you're
I guess.
Pretty young guy, but all these little kids in the tournament. It's
Yeah.
incredible. What do you think about this youth movement you're seeing here in the U.S.?
Well, you know, I think that's always going to be the case. It doesn't matter, you know. I think back to when Gata was, you know, in his early to mid 30s, and you know, there were all the young players coming after him, and so I don't think it's that much different for me. I think that's just the way the times are. I mean, every couple of years there are going to be new talents, so you just have to be ready to play against them, I guess, to up your level in a sense.
Speaking of upping your level, you've been playing really well lately, winning Gibraltar, winning in Zurich, now already winning your first round here. But you do have a challenger, a new one, that seems like the biggest threat yet so far, Wesley So. What do you think about his arrival here in the States?
Well, first of all, to make a correction, I was playing well. I mean, today's the worst game I've played in a good probably 3 to 5 months. I mean, I lost a game to Anand in Zurich, but even that game was not as bad as today. So I'm certainly counting my lucky stars for winning today. That being said, yeah, I mean, certainly it's quite a challenge when you have another player who's well over 2,700 competing in the championships. But to me, it's no different than when Gata was roughly the same rating as I was, or a little bit higher. You know, you just have to play your best and see what happens.
He hasn't spurred you on in any way, giving you another sense of trying to surge towards the top?
Well, not really. I'm just trying to play good games of chess, and I seem to be doing that outside of today.
All right, well, we congratulate you on the fine start, at least, if not the fine play, according to your high standards.
Let's just hope I play better than this, because I play like this, I'm not going to win the championship.
All right, well, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you in later rounds. Good luck in your games. Guys, back to you.
A very objective Hikaru Nakamura, realizing that he didn't play a good game, but got a win. And sometimes,
maybe overly objective, though.
Well, I think
because his standard is number 3 in the world, and he's comparing himself to amazing players but still their level is not as high. So even a Nakamura today can win the championship. That's my point.
Well, that's his point, that he can't. That he
He
can't
says
do
he
what
can't.
he did. No, he said he's got to improve his play.
So what do you think?
I think he's right.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he really got
other
lucky.
players you think are not going to give him...
Without question. Without question. He cannot take that position he had today against a Timur Garyev. He's just not going to get away with it.
But he's got a running start now.
Yes.
So he's got a little bit of a room for error.
Well, that's what he's given himself wiggle room thanks to this win. But it was a fortunate win. He's very objectively correct when he said that he got outplayed in the opening and things were not looking his way. And thanks to the time trouble of his opponent, he got fortunate. We have another result.
Nipa Kidzia, a draw, and we were just coming up on the Alyssa Melakina Purva Verkud game. I'd love to take a look at that, because we do love watching our newcomers to the championship, especially when they play such exciting chess. I actually wanted to go to the...
Alyssa game, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
I
kind of
gotta go.
interesting that this position is
Where?
a draw. It looks like so beautiful positionally for white,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess black must be up a pawn. Okay, that's why.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we think Alyssa is in serious trouble.
Well, yeah, look at that knight on e3. I mean, if that knight on e3 can live...
Well, just contrasting the two knights, this knight is terrible on a3 versus this powerful knight on e3. And look at this great move, e5 by Apurva?
Apurva, that's right, yeah.
Okay, very nice move. Breaking up things on the king side. Black's rooks are ideal, rook on a1. White's king on h2, not very good. F takes, rook takes, pawn takes.
And that was a nice move, rook on e to f5.
Sweet, isn't it?
Threatening rook f2, winning the queen. Queen takes e3 doesn't help because there's checkmate on g2.
Exactly. Rook f2 check, followed by queen g2 mate. So this looks like Alyssa is losing to the young...
Yeah, knight f1
Apurva.
is just a threat as well.
Right.
If we want to just only win an exchange. Perhaps we'd like to do better than that in this position.
Well, indeed. And I think that this is really looking
How many
Well,
knights on
I-
the first rank are we going to get on this? On the 8th rank, rather.
Right.
We've got
I mean,
knight
it seems to
E1, knight
be-
F1.
It seems to be the day for night hops.
For angry knights.
Angry
yeah.
Knights, angry birds move over. But this looks terrible for Elisa. And by the way, the clock situations also kind of reflect 4 minutes for Elisa versus 13, nearly 14 minutes for Apurva. Boy, that's a hard name for me. Apurva. Okay.
It's such a nice name.
That's sweet, but
So favorites falling a little bit here.
Right.
Alyssa, not one of the main tournament favorites, but a favorite with her experience and her rating over Apurva Bukrid.
exactly.
Playing in her first championship, just 16 years old.
Wow.
Just will be a great start, and also just like looks like a real. I didn't see the whole game, but looks like a real confident performance, right?
It does.
With those like lovely rooks and the knight. It's beautiful piece placement.
I thought Elisa had an advantage coming out of the opening, but definitely nice play by Black, and it looks like it's hopeless for Elisa in this position. Going back to
Speaking
that
of
game,
hopeless- oh, you wanna go there?
and Anna's. This was that 2 pawn sacrifice that we were all getting.
Kind of excited about.
Exactly,
for Anna.
and we
Yeah.
got to a position that looks like this. Maurice was pointing out that knight c5, rook e8, queen e7 was all coming. That wasn't how Anna played it. She went for check and stop white from castling short. White said, well, in that case, let me castle long. 2 pawns to the good, and Anna didn't have sufficient. Whoa, rook e. Okay, I'm not really too sure about that one. Bishop f3, and this is simply 2 pawns. And Anna is struggling here in this position against her young opponent, Jennifer Yu. Can we go to Irina's game?
Yeah,
Irina
Irina's
Kra-
game does
that's
not look fun, but the good news for her is that her opponent has gotten into a
Ooh.
little bit of time pressure, and it seems like things have gotten a little murky.
Murky or just decisive? This looks crushing. When we left it, I mentioned this Swishen's of bishop h4.
That's what happened.
That's what Sabina
The game
played.
of Zwischenzugs for Sabina.
And hasn't it worked out marvelously for her?
It does, but 3 minutes for
But
12
check,
moves.
but look at that. With that move, bishop f6, we're setting up all of these beautiful back rank checkmating
yeah, so
ideas.
how do we stop that?
Exactly. How does the defending U.S. champion, Irina Krush, deal with this? It looks to me devastating, Jen. I think Irina might be in resigns.
Let's take a look at that. Maybe she can play Queen F5. Oof.
Well, Queen f5, I mate you in 3, right? Or what am I?
Well-
Oh, no, sorry. You have Bishop c8.
Yeah, I mean, it's-
I apologize.
it's not
I
pretty,
apologize.
but-
For some reason, this retreat,
It looks
mentally,
real weird, yeah.
mentally, I was blocked from this retreat, but okay, it's fair enough. Where there's hope, there's life.
Because at least you're attacking my bishop on F6,
Exactly.
which gives me a shred of hope.
Okay.
So maybe Queen B8 is not the most accurate. in
How
that
about
line.
Queen e7 with this idea of Queen e8 check?
Right.
And
Now
then
I'm wondering
there's-
if I get any counterplay with an H2 check.
Nope.
Probably not.
Nope.
You just go to the H1 square, and now you're
And
threatening.
again, I'm threatening maiden
Threatening mating because
2.
of that nice little constellation there with the knight on E5.
Well, the knight e5, bishop f6 combination
Creates that
yes.
mating
Yes.
motif.
And okay.
So instead of H2 check, is there anything else here? Let's say.
This just looks overwhelming. I think Irina Krush, huge.
That's a
favorite.
crazy result. I mean, who would have expected that to happen in round 1?
Really, you got to respect Olympic players. Any player who manages to make the Olympic team, men's or women, is a danger. And Sabina is proving that to be the case. Queen e7 looks like it. So, by the way, pardon me. So the position we have at the board at the moment is bishop f6, black to play, Irina Krush to play. Time, by the way, 3 minutes.
So less for Sabina, but on the other hand, some of these moves aren't that hard to find.
No,
right?
all she's got to do is is meet queen f5 with queen e7, and I think that's all she wrote. Before the tournament, before the round, Maurice and I were talking about which player of both fields has the best chance to win the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Oh, I mean, it's not even close.
Exactly.
Not even close.
And if she drops
Yeah.
game one, nobody's winning the Bobby Fischer
Yeah,
Prize.
she's really the only one in either field who has a chance.
That was our feeling as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Anna were playing here, she would have a chance too, but they would both have less of a chance.
Precisely. Anna
So,
Zatonski, of course.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very, very hard. In the
Absolutely.
championships, it's almost impossible.
Right.
And in the women's, it's plausible, but after today, it looks kind of much less likely.
Agreed. All right. So we're going to go back to the game of Wesley So, our other pre-tournament favorite. We feel that Wesley, that is to say, has misplayed an opening advantage against Daniel Naroditsky. However, that being said, for the moment, Wesley maintains his extra pawn and asks Danya, okay, show me what you're going to do. What do you think of this, Jen? Rook f4.
All
Good
right.
move. Keep
Yeah.
maintaining the pawn on c4. Okay, so, oops, my arrow's terrible today. They'll get better as we go. And,
But do we have to do something?
well, on a very good day, I also might boldly point out the obvious, that White's bishop, if it ever does get to this d4 square where that knight on e5 is being kept in an absolute pin, there could be some bad things, happening. I've got to get rid of those arrows, happening to Daniel's position. And the time
So it's
control...
knight d3, so rook f4.
Knight d3, fair enough. Okay, let me...
Just trying to destabilize you a little bit here.
I get it. I'll return the favor by playing rook d4, hoping for king d3 on a good day.
I'm just trying to get my knight to the first rank with knight c1 check. Like,
Yeah.
It's happened in every other game.
Every game so far has a
We
knight
got to make
check.
this work somehow.
Okay, so since it's
No.
been a day for... Well, this looks wrong, though, Jen.
No. I actually don't think it's a good move.
No, I think I just go
Yeah,
king
'cause
here, and after, for example, a move like knight c1, I'll trade, and I think I'm just very happy
Yeah.
in this ending. Yeah? Okay. So we haven't made it work for Daniel yet, but
But we don't have to stick our knight on d3. We could just do something else.
okay.
Let's see. So you're trying to play rook d4 here. That's your
I'm
idea.
trying to play bishop d4, actually, and to keep
But how,
bishop
where are you going to put your king to preface that?
Well, no, I'm saying after bishop d4, you can't discover checkmate because your knight's in a pin.
Right.
And on a good day, I go bishop d4, rook e3, right? And bring that passive rook on g3 into the game. By the way, can we turn to the game between Timur Gariev and Alexander Onishuk? Because before the game, Maurice and I thought that this was an important game. Oh, Alexander has managed to win his pawn back. He had been a pawn down, and we were in this position. Timur just played bishop a6 and said, all right. That was a kind of a strange decision. And Alex has, I think, essentially drawn the game now. I think the game is now a draw. That having won the pawn back, Timur gave away his better he had to have better chances than this. This is, to my mind, a drawn position. Drawn ending, I should say. Again, going back to Irina Krush,
Yeah,
do we
some
have this move?
interesting news. We've
Queen
got-
c2?
Yeah, we've got some interesting
What?
news that somehow queens have traded, which
What?
clearly should be beneficial to the player trying to draw in this position.
And by the way, Ray Robson looks like he's well on his way to victory.
Oh yeah, those pawns and those bishops are rolling.
Okay, so how did Irina? That's miracle.
So queen b1 check, and then after king h2, she played queen to c2. So similar idea that queen b8 check can be met with a black one c8.
Okay, but I think we had something like this, and I was recommending
You wanted to play, it was
Queen
So you
E7.
wanted to play Queen E7 instead.
She played Queen C6. Oh.
Well, I guess the point with Queen E7, Irina was going to drop her queen back to C8.
Okay, well that's wonderful. So you have a nice passive queen back there.
Exactly, but what else, right?
Exactly. What else, indeed? And now I should just put together some very simple winning plan, whatever that winning plan is, by the way. Maybe
But at least
something.
to snatch a pawn.
Pardon me?
Snatch a pawn.
How can
Or
I
you want to
snatch a
play,
pawn?
what's that?
How can I snatch a pawn? I'm all for it. How do I do it? I was thinking maybe just simply G4 and,
Yeah.
you know, just positional overwhelming position with an extra pawn, or as soon as I grab this pawn on H3. This should have been the way. Instead, Sabina may be motivated by time trouble, fearfulness, played the move Queen C6 and forced the trade of queens. Still, I mean,
Yeah, obviously.
Sabina is in the driver's seat, but has she given away her better winning chances? Was this a good decision? I think it wasn't, but Maurice, what do you reckon?
Well, to my eyes, it looked good the same way it looked good to you, Yaz. But the computers are saying, yeah, it's not that clear. In this position, this Queen C2 maneuver was quite nice. It's even recommending trading queens with Queen B8 check, Queen C8, and trading queens. Why? Because Queen E7, Queen back to C8, and now a move like G4 can be met by a little bit nutty move, H5, saying that black is making this position a little complicated, not so easy for you to get the extra pawn. Also, black has ideas like bishop to C7, looking for some kind of trades, although the dark squares are not great for white. But most importantly, white, like you said, needs to put together a winning plan. That's where the challenge is. Exactly what moves do you propose to get that plan going that you win the game with? Remember, you can't compete against this light square bishop, so your knight's going to have to find something real to do to show its strength, even though right now it looks like white is the one with the dominant position. Certainly white is ahead here, but it's not the same. The queen trade not so off from what the computer recommends, but let's make a bigger point. Look at the clock times. Sabina is down to 2:39. Her clock is ticking down while Irina has 7:58. So that's really what is dictating a lot of what's going on the board. The drama of the board is really the drama of the clock. And although she had a great position and she was trying to milk it, she let her opponent back in the game. And you can just imagine the intimidation factor. 6-time U.S. champ. Man, I have her in round 1. I almost have her. Wait a minute, I am not making the perfect moves. And that is why this woman has won the championship so many times. She knows how to fight, even in the worst of cases, and she's making a go of it right now, trying to hold on to a lock on this championship that has been hers for quite some time. She's trying to prove she's a champ. Guys?
Well, she's certainly that, and I must say I find the position confusing myself, because I would have looked at this position after that move Queen E7. Hold on.
And we have some more moves, by the
We
way.
do
Then
have
instead
some
of taking you on G2, she played the move A4 immediately. Sabina did.
Okay, so sorry. So check, Queen C2, Queen C6. Again, I was just thinking Queen E7 was just over, but Queen E, and what has
So
happened?
now Irina played takes on G2. And
Fours.
then Sabina's played the move A4.
Okay, obviously going for A5 and hoping to hunt down this pawn on A7. And again, Irina, whoa, hold on. Now I'm confusing myself. Bishop H3, A5, Bishop C7. Oh, there's also a Knight E7 check. So Bishop H3 is just ridiculous. Sorry. Bishop H3 is not in the position. Maurice was like, grab something. Maurice, what got you excited there?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I know I distracted you, but there's big news afoot. A huge upset taking place right now in a game we have not been following between Andy Wang, the youngster, and Tatev Abrahamyan, who is one of the leading players here in the tournament, a person who's fought for the championship before. She's about to lose. She's going down in flames. Check out this game. It was exciting because Tatev chased her down, thinking, the kid's first time in a championship, let's go get her. But check out what happened here. After what looked like a nice opening for white, but still, black had finally placed pieces. It was more pressure than anything else, and she played this move, queen e7, queen to c2, looking for some kind of mating sacrifice, and now g6 chasing the rook, but opening up a line for this bishop, but still lots of tension in the position. And after rook f4, she played the move a5, chipping away at this pawn structure so she can get on her own diagonal. Tatev played queen f2, and after a takes on b4, there was danger because of this pin, and already the engines are saying black is the one who is slightly better here. But after rook takes f6, now the engines go bananas because bishop to c5, pinning the queen to the king, bishop d4, let's trade, queen takes, and now give us your rook on f6, and black's just up. There's no attack. The attack is simply gone because of this. She's down in exchange. She took on b4, and now queen g5, threatening mate on this square. Her rook's going to go to d8. This is over. This is resignable. A big upset, the youngster winning against one of the leaders in the tournament, and Tatev's got to be devastated coming in round one. I mean, there are a lot of rounds to go, but it looks like she's going down already against the young champion, Annie Wang. Guys?
That does look completely over. In fact, we have a couple more moves there. Tatev responded to that checkmate threat with g3.
Yes.
Annie brings another force into the attack, rook to d8, and now queen takes b6.
Yes.
And I mean, let's
And we
count
look
the
we're
count
looking,
the moves. Queen d2. I mean, there's got to be multiple ways to
we've got
put this to bed.
Checkmate threats in two directions here on e1 and g2 after queen d2. There might even be something even stronger, but queen d2 looks very compelling.
Yeah, I mean, you can just take on e5 immediately, I think, as well. And then if rook takes, you've got the queen c1. Rook d1, queen c1. I mean, everything looks like everything looks like it's going to be the end of the story here, right?
Agreed. Both.
Yeah, rook d1 and queen d2.
Yeah,
looks like over. Yeah.
Over. So, Tatev, a player, by the way, I had predicted who was going to give Irina Krush a real run for the title, in trouble with white in round one. These youngsters, boy, they are dangerous.
And she did, by the way, choose rook takes c5. You don't even have to calculate because there's also just rook takes e5, queen takes e5, queen b7, queen e1 check. It's just completely over.
Right.
If there's no mate in the line.
Well, there's a d8 rook though, the d8 rook. But I agree.
That hangs right. Okay.
And
so
rook takes e5,
we would have to start with rook d1 check. You're right.
Annie has won the game. Rook takes e5, and the game is over.
Annie Wang.
Wow.
Black is winning a lot of games this round.
First round upsets galore. I said Mr. T predicted pain. I predicted upsets in this tournament. And look what's going on.
The youngest player in either tournament. 12 years old.
Fantastic. Chess is a young ladies' game.
I like that.
I like
Play
that.
like a girl, right?
Play like a girl. Respect.
I mean, those both Annie Wang and Apurva Virkud, both playing like girls in this round. I mean,
And
black pieces just crushing open the board.
Very impressive.
Rooks and knights coming in.
And again, things are happening in the Wesley So game. Let's go back to our table number 2 as one of our top players, pre-tournament favorites, Wesley So, trying his best to get a victory against Daniel Naroditsky. Rook f4. We like this position as, roughly speaking, a little bit better for white. I like the extra pawn. Knight takes c4 was played, and we didn't look at this because this looked like two pieces, pardon me, a bishop and knight for a rook. But by the way, Danya has become a bit of an endgame expert. He's taken over Pal Benko's long column in the U.S. Chess Federation's magazine, Chess Live.
And he's written a book.
And he's written several books, actually.
Yeah,
the
one
youngest
specifically on endgame.
Exactly, complex endings, for which I wrote the foreword, by the way.
So is Danya doing as much writing now, or is he focused a little bit more on the chess itself? Because he's improved so much lately.
I think it's a bit of both.
A bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, he's using his writing as a way of training himself. Like he really wants to learn endgames and he wants to improve his technique. And why not share the fruits of his labor with readers?
That's a nice way to put it, especially the end game, because you're not giving anything away.
Exactly.
Like if you're giving away your games or
It's
your
not an
opening
opening
analysis.
novelty, right? Yeah,
Very
and he's
nice.
just showing, yeah. And so Danya, despite his extreme youth, has decided that his best chances laid with giving up 2 pieces for rook and going into this position. And let's see, do we have any moves after this move knight c6? Or is Danya still thinking?
Let's talk a little bit about that, because we're seeing the flip side of this in the Caden Troth game, in which Caden's rook is completely ineffective
Exactly.
against Ray Robson's pawns and bishops that are just going after him. He's going to lose.
Correct.
But here, a little different, because the knight and the bishop aren't going to harmonize quite as well as 2 bishops. And what do you think White's winning strategy will be?
Okay, well,
He needs
first
to
of
get
all,
some kind of pawn movement.
right, the major difference, of course, in this particular game is that Caden's rook got really passive on c8. Here,
Very
this
passive.
rook on a4 is, first of all, it's going to capture a pawn, and so he's going to have a rook and pawn against 2 pieces. Now, normally speaking, as you mentioned, the 2 bishops harmonize almost automatically from every type of position. Bishop and knight combination isn't as effective unless the knight has a good outpost. In this particular case, let's just make the following. Rook takes a3, king d3. We can see that this knight is either after the move bishop d4 check, followed by knight e5, or knight d4 to f5. In both cases, White is going to have a very nice outpost for his knight, and therefore I prefer White's pieces versus the rook. But on the other hand, not all, it's crucial that Daniel keep an active rook. And in Caden's game, let's just see what has happened there. It hasn't been good for Caden. I don't know if Caden has resigned yet or not.
I don't think so, but it looks like
It's a good time to...
it's going in that direction. So,
Right.
yeah. He's
So-
trying to create a little bit of counterplay there with those kingside pawns. But that's the problem with playing against bishops, that they do a really great job in these situations with passed pawns on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
They do a good job of attack and defense,
Precisely so. That's exactly
which
right.
knights are not as good at.
Right. Interesting move, bishop a7, h3, and Ray Robson to play here. Okay, so the
And
trick...
I understand that we have a slight controversy in the
Sorry.
Nemkova game, so let's pop over and see what's going on there. And then we have, okay, maybe the controversy has passed, but Nemkova also looks like she's got a crushing position against Goliziani. But we've got our first winner in the U.S. Women's Championship in the studio with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and she's not only the first winner, she did it with black against one of the tournament favorites, Tatjana Abrahamian, and she's the youngest player in the tournament, Annie Wang.
Indeed, Jen, with young Annie Wang, who was once the youngest female master in U.S. history, a record since Eclipse, making her feel like an old lady, I'm sure. Annie,
Not that old, okay?
Annie, welcome to the show. First of all, congratulations on a great game.
Thank you.
How does it feel beating one of the favorites in your very first U.S. Women's Championship?
I feel very lucky
And why is that?
because, I thought she had a better position against me, and then she was low on time. So, we both kind of made mistakes, and I guess, she just made the biggest one.
Well, I didn't see any mistakes when we were analyzing from you. It looked like it was an interesting game, maybe a little too much modesty there. She did make an error, it looked like, when she allowed the move bishop to c5. Here you took on this square, and then she took on f6. Were you shocked when you got a chance to play this move, bishop to c5?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I was just like, okay, if she takes it, it'll be good for me. Okay, I'll go bishop c5 if she lets me, but I didn't expect it.
And suddenly you were much better. Well, how easy was it to control your emotions when you suddenly realized, hey, I think I'm winning here?
I was like, whoa, did that just happen?
Now you said I read your bio. It said your dad taught you the game at first. Anyway, and that he's I asked you what he does, and I asked you jet propulsion specialist, and your answer is?
I don't know what he does.
Yeah, it sounds pretty confusing, but now he has a kid who's a chess master, who's getting all this critical acclaim. What do your family feel? What does your family feel about how you're doing these days?
Like, they're really supportive of me. It's like, I really appreciate them.
Well, we're appreciative of you coming to our championships and winning your first game. Congratulations, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, young Annie Wang showing her stuff already. An amazing result. First big upset in the women's side of the championships. Guys?
That's right. Congratulations, Annie Wang.
Absolutely.
That is our
Well
first
done.
decisive game in the women's championship.
I can tell
From a
you,
wild card.
Right. Well, the first time I ever played in the U.S. Championship, it was so meaningful for me to get my first victory in a U.S. Championship, because you're always butterflies in your stomach, you know, whenever you get to the board. But for your first U.S. Championship, and you want to do well, and you win your game, it's like, okay, now I belong. You know, your level of confidence goes up exponentially. And so congratulations to Annie, and very, very, very impressive. Very nice. Impressive. Speaking of pre-tournament favorites, again, we've got this position of Irina Krush versus Sabina Foyser. We have this position. When we left it, Sabina had just played the move A4. Bishop D7 was played. Now, if she wants, Sabina at any moment could have played knight E7 check, taken this pawn on D5, gone into a bishops of opposite color ending, and, you know, absolutely, you know, no problems. But of course, we understand that Sabina is better. She's playing for the win. She played B5, King F8, Knight B4, Bishop H3, Knight takes, restoring material balance. King
Massive
E8.
time pressure for both players here.
Really, 30 seconds. So both players not completely playing on increment.
Pretty much.
But, whoa, I just saw a move there, and I'm not sure. Did she really play the move A5? No, that can't be right.
Oh, there's a bishop on B3.
Okay,
So
so
black's
what
bishop was on
happened?
B3 attacking A4.
Okay, so
So she
after
might have
King,
sacrificed that pawn. Yeah.
so she went Bishop D4, which is absolutely the right move to do, by the way. Bishop D4, Bishop drop back, Knight F4. Was that the right move?
So that could have been the issue, underestimating this idea of bishop to B3. So she's going after the G2 pawn, but maybe...
Well, I'm just wondering about this bishops of opposite color endings. What's your knee-jerk thought about this? Could Irina possibly save this position?
I think she might be able to here, yeah. Because she's going to be able to blockade those pawns, right, by force.
You mean
With bishop...
B3?
Yeah, bishop
Okay.
B3.
I'll bite.
And then bishop C4 or...
Right, I'll bite.
Well, I was going to go with C4 so I could go to A6.
You're going to get it in the, either
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll bite here, 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 and I'm just wondering, because the point is I'll probably be, using these E3 and F2 pawns, I'll probably be able to get another passer out of that. I'm not 100% sure that Irina would be able to save this. Maurice, you've got some thoughts to share.
Well, in another game, I mean, this game looks as though Irina is pulling herself back out of the hole, has pulled herself out of the hole. But in another game, Daniel Naroditsky, Wesley So, I don't understand the way this game has transpired. Yes, you got to help me here. In this position, Daniel, I mean, he's down a pawn, yes, but these pawns are not exactly your healthiest pawns in the world. They're not going to get any medals for togetherness because they suck. Let's put it simply. So why would black not play a simple move like King G8, for example, dealing with the bishop to D4 pin that you mentioned before? Why sit in this position and do anything super dramatic? You don't have to prove anything just yet. White has a long way to go to prove that one of these pawns really is going to become a queen. Wait until then. Knight B7 was possible, other moves. Here he decided instead to play the ultra dramatic knight takes on C4. Bam! Like, whoa, what's going on? After knight takes, now G5, attacking the rook, daring the rook to protect this knight, rook to D4, and now rook takes, and the intermezzo sweetly saving his knight, and his pawn is now attacking the rook. I'm sure Daniel saw this line, rook to A4, knight C6, and takes on a3, and now he's saying, well, I have a rook and a pawn against a bishop and a knight, except after king d3, these pieces suddenly look very together, very healthy. Rook a2, rook to h3 got played, and now he's threatening also to take on this square, so rook to g2 looking for some play. Bishop d4 check, the king drops back to g8, and now knight to e5, and these guys are a picture of coordination. This is not what you want to see when you sacrifice the rook for two minors, particularly the bishop and the knight minor. We saw the disaster taking place against the two bishops. That's brutal. But sometimes you can fight against the two minors when they're bishop and knight, but you don't want to see them this well coordinated. Just look at it. Perfect harmony. The knight guarding the pawn, the bishop guarding the knight, the pawn guarding the bishop. Oh, that's just unified. Don't let this guy get in the game, because then it'll be ugly. Why did he go for this line? Maybe he overlooked or misjudged the resulting position, but it looks as though Wesley So is back in control and looking to win this game and keep a pace with his main rival, Hikaru Nakamura. Guys?
And the Arena Crush game is officially a draw. They did transpose into one of those bishop's opposite colors, but without the passers.
Without
the passers. It was just a single queenside pass pawn for the white.
So Arena rescuing herself when her situation appeared to me to be most dire.
Maybe not quite as dead loss as it looked aesthetically, because there were some like little. At some point you thought it was resigned.
Yes.
And she had enough resources to not resign in any moment.
I was shocked. I mean, I appreciated, first of all, let me just bring up the final position that did occur. So Sabina basically did not, in my opinion, somewhere back here, bishop e6, did not make the best of her chances when she played this move, knight f4. I'm still thinking bishop b6 might have, it would have gotten a bishops of opposite color ending, but I think it might have been winning. I really do. I think we were looking, again, just to show the line we were looking at, Jen, to our audience, we were looking at this, and I was of the opinion that if we got a position like this, I think white should be able to win. Why do I think that? Because I think that the king is going to come up, and we're going to make a passer over here. This bishop is going to be locked. You're gonna stay passive on one side, and I think my king could walk the e-pawn up the board. Having said that, what happened in the game was bishop e6, knight f4. This time, Arena had no problem getting the very same ending, except this time, white doesn't have an a-pawn, and white has double pawns.
Yeah.
So really no chances whatsoever in this ending. So Arena saves herself. There goes the Bobby Fischer Prize right there.
Unless Annie Wang's going to win it.
Okay, unless Annie, turns in a solid performance, well, there you go.
Well, this is a good trivia question, though. Who do you think's the most likely to get it now?
After round one?
From either field. I don't know. I have to be totally crazy. It's still got to be somebody from the women's, right? Part of me wants to go crazy and say Naka, but it can't be real with people like Kamsky and Onishuk, solid guys in that field. So probably the highest rated player in the women's who wins is going to be the answer.
There you go. I mean,
making
it simple.
It's close.
No, what Maurice was saying, everything he was saying about Daniel's game is definitely right on the button. Beautiful coordination. Maybe he was just a little bit too pessimistic, because what Daniel did with his rook e6 is he set up so that just in case white went for rook h5, that he could play h6. And I know it's a bad thing to say, but you can imagine that if black ever got in absolute desperate need, he could move his king to h7, play rook takes e5, and rook takes g4. Then he's got two pawns against rook and bishop and a couple of pawns, probably lost, but there are resources still. I mean, it's not like Wesley is gifted this game by any means. And we do have our reigning women's champion who's joined us in the studio. Arena is getting set
we'll
up.
Hear from her soon. And now in the women's championship, who else is going to win? We thought Apurva was going to win. I was pulling up the Nemkova game just as we were getting Annie Wang on stage
against
Rusinagolothiani.
Yeah, and we think that Katie, has got a very good position. Well, she's a pawn up and
has a positional advantage to boot.
Exactly.
That's a better minor piece. So,
although
you want to, yeah, we should pull that up.
well, we're just pulling up this game, and Bishop. Now, this was a very strange decision by Kate. G4. I did not expect that one bit. G4.
You just think that weakens the F4 square too much? Because
For a whole host of reasons,
Yeah.
yes. But that's one. But I also wouldn't want to allow black, for example, some, pinning ideas. And I gotta feel there's better move than G4. But
It looks
G4 was
too
the
loosening,
choice.
huh?
Yeah. And we got here, and that's move 40, by the way.
Okay, so
Our
that
famous-
explains it a little bit.
Our famous
Yeah.
move 40. Always so many mistakes are made on the last move with time control. But here we have
so
it.
Rusadon perhaps getting back into the game with the
Well, still it's what?
with slight pressure. And we do have a reigning U.S. Women's Chess Champion and Grandmaster Irina Krush with Maurice Ashley to talk about today's game.
Thanks, Jen. Well, 6-time champion Irina Krush here with us in the studio. Irina, it's safe to say you dodged a bullet today. How did you manage?
Well, yeah, my opponent played very well, and she spotted a tricky intermediate move that I completely missed, the move 15a3. After that, my position was pretty critical. I just gave up a pawn in order to make it technically difficult for my opponents. I think it was always technically difficult for white. Then at some point it just got very sharp when she sacrificed a pawn back in order to try to mate me. So I do feel pretty lucky that I didn't have to suffer too much to make a draw.
Well, it's the first round of the championship. You're really the odds-on favorite, particularly with your main rival, Anna Zatonski, not playing in the tournament this year. However, it seems like there's a lot of fighting chess and a real youth movement going on at the championship. Annie Wang won her game against Tatev, which is a big upset already in the tournament. What are your thoughts about the youngsters coming in these championships?
Well, I think it's great to have some new blood in this championship and to have them come in and right away get the confidence building with a win. So I haven't played any of these young players before. I don't know them too well, but I am looking forward to my games against them.
You recently played in the Women's World Championship, got knocked out in the second round. How are you feeling about your game itself after having such a difficult game today? Are you in the form that you think to be the champion again?
You can't. I guess not everything always goes as smoothly as butter. Sometimes you have to defend. I mean, like today I was black, and just out of the opening, I missed this. I thought I was going to be fine if my opponent would have made the normal recapture. B takes C3. She found this move A3. I just didn't see that coming. I think it's a fairly easy thing to miss from calculations, from a while away. So I don't know if that kind of thing is necessarily indicative of bad form, but ultimately I did manage to get pretty clear counterplay. Never made it very easy for my opponent to really get much, despite being up a clear extra pawn. So I think it's okay. I don't think this game necessarily means I'm not in good form.
So you can't win the Bobby Fischer Prize anymore. Is that disappointing for you?
Yeah, of course, it's a little bit disappointing to have to, let go of that dream right from the first round. Who knows? I mean, obviously, that is a very difficult thing to try to claw your way to. So at least with that, maybe, the only positive thing is that once I know it's impossible, then I can, stop thinking about it and focus on the other goal.
Which we know is winning the championship, which will be your 7th. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
6-time champion Irina Krush having to claw her way out of one difficult one. We'll see how she does in her later games. Guys?
Thank you. Thanks, Maurice and Irina.
Yeah.
So in the Women's Championship, you were just pulling up that Jarovich-Yu game, which was actually quite interesting.
Yes,
because
exactly.
Jarovich was getting this great major piece play
Right.
in exchange for, what is it now, 2 pawns?
Right. Well, it had been 2 pawns for a long time. And it looked
Still
like...
2, right?
Yeah, and it looked like, okay, we'll go back.
But it might be 3 soon, because I think that Anna can play D5 and give up another. Well, it's not really. That one can't be taken.
So more or less, we kind of left it around these parts, and after rook e2, white is up 2 pawns, but Anna has active pieces and played the move b5. A move like b5, by the way, could have been prepared, perhaps even better so, with the move a6 and b5, but Anna was anxious to get white's king open. And she managed right here. At this point, if I was 2 pawns up as is white, I'd be getting nervous. Sort of like, you know, black's getting in a lot of counterplay against white's king. So a4, and suddenly white's under pressure. Rook d2, queen a8, king b1. And again, you know, if I was black here, exactly at this moment, I'd be feeling that my chances aren't so bad. But something went wrong. I'm not too sure exactly what went wrong. Somehow after this move, rook b2, rook a8, Anna might have missed the strength of this move. And it's just, you know, white's hanging everything. White's holding on to her material, and her king isn't exposed. Perhaps a bit frustrated at this precise moment, Anna went for check and drove her opponent's king into the center, and that actually didn't work out badly at all for white. White's king looks a lot safer on d2 than it does on the b1 square.
But that would maybe black can use that black d6 pawn as a battering ram, start with something like d5.
Fair.
You can't touch it because of rook b8.
Fair enough.
And then we're going to try to play d4 and rip it open.
Fair enough. But at the same time, again, I have this feeling that the king on d2 is in a much more safer zone than it was over when it was otherwise over there on the queen side. Okay, Anna probably has...
I wonder if we have the d4 in between move here. How does that do? I don't think it really helps because you can just take with the pawn, huh?
Well, maybe you're right. Because
I'm looking for a way to get in that way, yeah.
Because you're picking up, you're getting play.
And the whole point is that d4 is an in-between move again. You can't take on a7 because we have pawn takes c3 check.
Right.
So today is the day of intermezzos, right?
Exactly. And we have a big
development in one of our key matchups in the championship.
Wesley So Naroditsky. We had just left it at this moment of rook e6. Maurice was talking about harmonization, and now check this out. Knight d7, not only setting up for a very nice knight f6 check, but let's say after a move like h7, h6, something I was stumping for, there's this move, rook f3. Ooh. Setting up for rook f8 check, and Daniel looks in serious trouble. Let's put it simply. Wesley has outplayed Daniel.
Those pieces do look beautiful together, don't they?
Yeah, all the pieces are coordinated. We talk about harmony.
There should be a name for that kind of configuration with the bishop on the diagonal.
The long diagonal.
That knight coming to f6, or it's just so devastating. It happens in a lot of different openings.
Exactly. But this is just, you know, the pieces harmonizing. And I do believe, by the way, we have another result. I think Ray Robson has won his opening round against Caden Troth. Let me just bring that game up on the board.
Not a happy day for the rooks versus minors, huh?
Yeah. We had this position, and bishop a, king d2, g3.
And this looked woeful for black for quite some time.
It did, indeed. And b8 and the two b's, keeping the pawns at bay after, for example, rook takes d8, bishop takes. Isn't that just a sweet bishop?
Just bishop back to a7, right?
Yeah, no, covering these squares g1 and f2, and that's all she wrote. The two bishops.
And if f2...
You take it.
No, the other way. So
pardon me.
F2, yeah.
Pardon me.
So after b8, rook, so g3, b8, rook takes... So now if the f2, there's just the king e2, yeah. The king is right there.
Yeah,
in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, and we do have Grandmaster Ray Robson on a roll, starting his championship with a win, fresh off a victory for Webster University, and he is with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, Jen, thanks. We're with Grandmaster Ray Robson. Ray, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Ray, you came in second place in the Millionaire Chess Open and got a nice little chunk of change there. You just led your team, Webster, to winning in the Final Four, which is another congratulations for that. And now you've won round one of the U.S. Championship. How are you feeling right now?
Well, when you list all those things, yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Obviously, I'm happy to win my first game here. And yeah, recently my results have been really nice.
Were you surprised when Caden played this move D5? I mean, he just took it to you right away. He's with the black pieces. Let's go. What were your thoughts when you saw that move appear on the board?
Well, it was a little bit surprising for me because I think I'd actually played this exact line before, and I thought he would know about it, but apparently he didn't, and maybe he confused the line, and at first I was worried because I thought maybe I just missed D5, but it turned out that he'd probably missed something, and in the end I think two bishops were too strong.
Oh, those two bishops were like monsters going down the board so quickly. So you wrap up this game. In the meantime, you see that Hikaru Nakamura won his game pretty quickly. It looks as though Wesley had a great position, kind of threw it away, but now it looks like he's in control again. And people are talking about them 1-2 in the tournament, potentially being the winners. Nobody seems to be talking about Ray Robson right now. What's your feeling about that?
Well, I think there's good reason why people put Hikaru and Wesley as the two favorites. I mean, they're both top 10 in the world, and they've accomplished far more in their chess careers than I have so far. So certainly they're still the favorites, but it's always good to get off to a good start.
So what do you think your chances are in this tournament?
For first?
Well, what else is there?
I mean, I have a small chance, but I'm not going to think about that unless we get to a little bit later in the tournament and I'm still in a good position.
No, good attitude. If you had to pick right at this moment, not yourself, one of those two to win the tournament, who would you pick?
I'd probably pick Hikaru. I think he's a slight favorite. He has more experience, and he has more experience in this tournament. He's won it many times, and he can just win any position, basically, even from a worse position. He's so creative, so I'd pick him as a slight favorite.
What about you two guys? You versus Hikaru one-on-one. What's your pick?
Well, just hopefully I don't lose.
Okay. I'm putting you on the spot. Well, anyway, congratulations. Thanks for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Ray Robson off to a great start, dominating performance right away on his course to maybe upset the leaders in this U.S. Championships. Guys?
I just thought it was funny that Ray cited Hikaru's experience as a positive factor. And I'm seeing these youngsters, without any prejudice, beating favorites. And so it's good to know that experience can be an asset, but I'm not sure in this youthful group it's that important. In the past, we always spoke about experience and being important. But, okay, it's good to see that Ray appreciates the experience factor.
Well, who's your pick between those two?
On paper, Hikaru. They both have been in such great form. No, I mean seriously good form.
But Nakamura played such a terrible game today. Just kidding.
Yeah.
That's in his words. You kind of agreed.
Yeah, I think.
Even though it was inspiring, it was inspired at the end, especially.
Yeah, but you don't feel good.
The totality of the game.
Right. Where Hikaru's level is, you don't feel good when you think you've benefited from an opponent's error. You want to induce those errors. You don't want them to come voluntarily. You want them to come involuntarily. I was at the Tata Steel Chess Festival, and I was watching Magnus Carlsen, world champion Magnus Carlsen, talk in press conferences after his games, where it appeared that he won very nice games, and he was scorching in his own self-criticism. He really, really felt that he hadn't played a good game until he did this particular game, and then he felt confident enough to come on our show and talk to the internet audience. And it was sort of like the self-criticism, very important. The highest, most elite players like Hikaru have that. And I was impressed. I mean, it was really inspiring.
A lot of us know what's so great about Hikaru, his dynamism. He can win any position, as Robson said. He can play any opening. So what is it that sets, because I know you had a lot of experience interviewing him for at length in Tata Steel. So what is it that separates him from, a top 100 player? Why is he top 10? By the way, he just won his game. What makes him top 10?
What makes Hikaru top 10?
No. Wesley So, because he's new to the U.S. We don't know. What is it like? I mean, obviously we see him win this game today. this harmonizing, but like, what do you think the crucial thing is that puts him ahead of his?
It's a cliche to say he's gifted, but really he is awesomely talented. I mean, you analyze with Wesley, and you sit down and you're looking at positions that are very, very awkward or difficult. You can't make a strong judgment on, and he just has a good sense of what is key in the position. So I think it's just a good natural feeling, and I'm very impressed. We have Daniel's game.
That's right. The game is over, so we have the two big games of the day in the U.S. Championship. Wesley So has won his game.
Let's see the finish. When we left it,
and Daniel Naroditsky has come to the studio graciously to talk about it. And
when we left, we really liked White's position here, thanks to the nice pieces. I thought Daniel still had resources. Knight d7, rook e6. Ooh, if that was forced, then there's bad things. Check, and there goes a pawn with check, and there goes another pawn. Oops, this is very, very bad.
And we've got Daniel Naroditsky to talk about this game, and very topsy-turvy.
Definitely.
With Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, after a very tough game, it looked like your opening wasn't great, but you had climbed back into the game after what looked like mistakes on his part, and then it went south. What happened here?
Yeah, I just blundered. Knight c4 was just completely unacceptable. I thought I was equal. I mean, the opening was sketchy. I mean, he never played f3 in his life, so I managed to throw him off. It was just a position. I mean, I thought the endgame was definitely worse for me, but yeah, after e5, knight e4, when it was 27, I thought I was doing completely fine. But I just got nervous as usual and managed to botch it up.
You say you got nervous in this moment of taking on c4. It looked like his pawns were really bad on the queen side with the double pawns and the isolated a pawn. It just seemed like you had a good game. Like,
yeah, I had a good position.
Why would you be nervous here?
No, well, I mean, I thought knight e6, d4, I'm better even.
Oh.
I missed rook d4 completely. So, I
So,
don't know what to say. I mean, all the work has just gone completely.
I know it's tough. You've been playing really well in the past year. How do you come back from a game like this disappointment?
I don't know. I mean, it's just got to fight on, I guess. It's ridiculous the way I played in the endgame. So I've got to fix some things. Hopefully climb back in it. 10 more rounds to go. Indeed,
10 more rounds to go. Well, thanks for joining us. We know it's a tough moment. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, after a rough loss in round one, with lots to go in this tournament to play for. Guys?
That's right. So the favorites off to their winning starts.
Yeah, and both of them should be counting their lucky stars. I mean, Wesley had an opening advantage that he spoiled, and Danya just returned the favor. It's like a hot potato point between them, and gave the advantage right back to Wesley. And he's very, again, self-critical. This is very important that a player recognizes when he's been fortunate. And we'll get Wesley suited up.
Wesley set up. That's right. So you were saying about gifted, but you're more precisely visualization or judgment.
Yeah, it's sort of like one of those things, like when you get into like this very difficult ending that Caden and Ray got into, that you just have a sense that, well, maybe the two bishops will win out, and so you choose white, but you're not 100% sure. There's 4-to-1 majority, something could go wrong, right? And, like when you're throwing coins in the air and a player consistently says heads and they consistently come at heads, that's not luck. And that's what we have with Wesley So. This is a very, very special, talented young man.
All right. Well, we're going to see more of that in the U.S. Chess Championship. Wesley So, first U.S. Chess Championship, first victory. He is with Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Jen. Well, with number 8 player in the world, Wesley So, coming off a victory, we can't say exactly a sterling victory. It may not go in your best games collection, Wesley. What happened in this game? It looked like you had a dominating opening, and then somewhere it went off.
Yeah, I think I made several mistakes. I could have played better. I was a bit distracted by some factors. But on the 16 move when he played Queen B1, and then in the end game I didn't play so well. I should have played G4 to push his knight back to G7, and then he got this activity. I totally missed the pawn sacrifice with D6, which was his best or probably only chance.
He was aggressive at that moment.
Yeah, he had to be, otherwise his knight on F4 will be trapped eventually. And he played really well. He sacrificed the pawn, and at some point he offered the draw, which I declined. After that, I think he made a blunder on the 32nd move by taking on C4, which, if he didn't play it, the game would most likely end in a draw.
You thought that was equal at that point?
Yeah, because, I think the most likely result would have been a draw, but he blundered. So it was good.
I'm sure. You made a quick mention, I'm sorry, you said you were distracted by some factors. Anything to share?
First of all, I think the room was kind of cold. I had to wear my jacket near the end. And no, my foster mother is watching here with me. And she usually watches my entire game in person. But she suddenly disappeared around the middle game. And
you got worried about Mom?
I got worried, yeah. Like, she always watches my game in person, and then I found out later that she was with Jeannie Singfield, and they were talking about the paper chess.
So you can blame Jeannie Singfield for distracting you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just next time if she disappears again, I know where she is.
Don't worry. Here in St. Louis, they take good care of you. I think you know that already. So you've won your first game. The championship is all a buzz about you versus Nakamura. Do you think that's really what it's about, this tournament?
Well, not really. I mean, in terms of rating, we are the clear favorites, but rating doesn't mean anything. Any player can have suddenly a great form in this tournament. I mean, it's just 11 games, and Sam can have a great tournament. Never know.
Sam Shanklin.
Yeah, he can suddenly get on fire. Ray could have a great tournament. Of course, the veterans, Alex Onischuk and Gata Kamsky, of course. And you never know. There are a lot of young players. So I really have to take it one game at a time. And of course, Hikaru won very quickly today with black. So, yeah, tournament is starting to heat up, but it's always nice to start the tournament with a win.
You say a lot of young players, like you're an old man at 21, all these youngsters behind you.
Sam Sevian, Caden Troff, I mean,
much
younger than me.
Some great talent. What do you think now with you coming to the United States, these great talents in the U.S. like Sam, as you mentioned, and young Caden? What do you think about the U.S. prospects for the future?
Well, it's really great. I mean, I really look forward to the Olympiad next year. I mean, with me and Hikaru on the team, and with the improvements of Sam Shanklin and hopefully Ray. And we will have a great team next year, and I'm looking forward to fight for the medals. And of course, we have a lot of young talents. I'm one of the older ones, but right now I'm totally focused on chess, and the next few years I will try to improve further.
Well, we appreciate it. We look forward to your games, and good luck in the rest of the championships.
Yeah, thank you. It's a long one.
With Grandmaster Wesley So, number 8 player in the world. He didn't do so great by his standards today, but at least he won the game, and we'll see much more of him here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Nice insights. And what an Olympic team. As I was just listening to Wesley go down, who our top 4, top 5, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that sounds like a team that can compete for medals. Definitely, yes. Welcome aboard, Wesley.
Yes, welcome, Wesley, indeed. Everybody's really happy to have you here.
Absolutely. Before we go on a break, I just want to mention that between Alexander Onischuk and Timur Gariev, the players have gone into a rook ending of rook and 3 versus rook and 2, notoriously drawn rook ending, I would add. Of course, Timur has the pawn, so he's still looking for his chances, but 3 versus 2 should be a draw with proper play.
We're going to take a quick look at all the games,
Okay.
and then we'll wrap up for the day, yeah.
All right.
Because it looks like most of the games left most of the excitement is behind us today.
Okay.
And we certainly had some, right?
Exactly. So from the top table, Hikaru Nakamura, the pre-tournament favorite by rating, won with black pieces with this fine move at the end of the game, knight c2 e1. A nice move setting up for this beautiful checkmate, Jen.
Knight h4, queen g2. Yum, yum.
Yeah, and that would have been a sweet finish. Hikaru Nakamura getting off to a great start. Wesley So defeating Daniel Naroditsky with white pieces. Wesley not all that happy about his play, but it was good enough for victory.
Taking a cue from Nakamura, modesty first.
Gata Kamsky, the defending champion, solid draw as white.
Not so happy.
But not so happy against Sam Shanklin. Again, Alexander Onishuk and Timur headed towards the draw. Very nice game between Ray Robson and Caden Tra. Ray Robson making it look easy, but it was not easy.
And accentuating his strengths, which is calculation, imagination, and as he says, things have been going pretty sweet lately.
Indeed they have, and indeed it did for him today as Ray Robson won. A game that we have not paid that much attention to, but it's been balanced for so long and throughout. Sam Sevian, the youngest player in the field, playing black against Varujan Akobian, looks to be drawing. The game has been balanced literally out of the opening, and the players are in a rook and knight ending, equal forces, and black has a great blockade. So we're anticipating a draw on that. Turning to the women's, maybe this is where you jump in. We have our defending champion, Irina
our
Krush.
defending champion on the ropes. Looks like she might lose the game after this beautiful intermezzo, A3, which Irina admitted later that she missed, but she wasn't too hard on herself. She said, this is the type of move you can miss. But go back and look for it, A3.
It was
brilliant
move
move by Sabina Foyger. And then we also have
just a second, I'll just bring
we'll
it
pull
to
that
that
up. And I think we do have one more result in the championship. Is officially a draw between Onishuk and Garayev.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And this was that key moment of Irina Krush where she praised her opponent for finding this devilish intermezzo, A2, A3, that gave Sabina the advantage and close to victory in game two.
And then this game was a draw. We didn't get a chance to see it because it was drawn pretty early on.
Essentially, at the end, it was just a repetition.
Yeah, exactly, a repetition. That's why we saw it get drawn before 30 moves. White has a beautiful position, but black does have the extra pawn, so they decided to split the point here.
Victoria.
And then Annie Wang, this was a sensation of the women's tournament this round.
Right.
She won against the number 2 seed. Tatev Abrahamian, who just made a tactical error. So fantastic performance by Annie Wang, who said she almost couldn't believe her eyes when Tatev let her play Bishop c5 and go for this line. Rusudan Golitsiani still battling it out against Nemkova in a game that she's been struggling with, and we expect that she will lose. Down a pawn with the worst position to boot. Then we've got this interesting game between Jennifer Yu and Anna Sharovich, where Jennifer's been defending well, but Anna still has a little bit of counterplay. And then finally, Apurva Verkud looks like she's going to take Alyssa Melikina down in this endgame.
True. An
And there you
eventful
have
first
it.
round.
Yeah, very exciting. Maurice, what are your final thoughts on this round?
This has been a truly exciting round one. Right out the gate, this is what we want to see. We love it when there's uneven play. You have favorites who are supposed to win, who have a lot of trouble. Maybe they win anyway, but the games are unbalanced. They're exciting. And you saw with Irina Krush on the women's side, she didn't even manage to pull off a victory there. She was lucky to even get the draw. So an exciting round one. Guys, we have 10 more rounds to go. How are we going to survive with all this excitement here at the championships? A great start. We got the veterans, we got the younger players. This seems like it's shaping up to be an indeed epic U.S. championship and U.S. Women's Championship. Guys?
Agreed. Thank you, guys. And thanks for all your tweets out there at hashtag US Chess Champs. Danny Wrench, he said, great work today by Jen Chahadi, Maurice, Ashley, and GM Yaz. And Wesley So wins the nicest chess player award.
Oh.
He is pretty, for a number 10 top 10 player, you're so nice,
Exactly.
right? Love to see that, and hopefully that'll be an inspiration for some of you young listeners out there.
Yeah.
So thanks to everyone for joining us for round 1 of the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Championship. We'll be back for more tomorrow, round
Absolutely.
2, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, and that's 2 p.m. Eastern.